And we've got a lot of things on the docket for this evening that we need to discuss. And so without any further ado, I'm just going to turn the time over to our Public Works Director, Carl Mackley, and we'll let you go ahead and talk to us about, we got some issues, as many of us are aware, we've got some issues with Culinary water. Lines are breaking, and we've had a lot of repairs this summer. And so with that, we'll turn the time over to you guys and bring us up to speed.
Thank you. Have a presentation to work off of. But, we're also waiting for Chris Reinhold's going to come join us, so I've got all the muscle I can muster, and we'll just have a conversation. It's just intended to be kind of an update. We're not asking for any decisions or anything to be made tonight. Just want to do our part to inform the council and have a good conversation about some of the public works issues, particularly two things.
Can you guys hear all right? I don't know if you can hear now. You can hear us okay now? Okay.
Is it me? This one's not. Okay. You can advance the slide. Thank you. Okay, just for informational purposes, to set the stage, the Public Works Department oversees, among other things, a 3 million gallon per day wastewater treatment plant, 49 miles of roads, 89 miles of culinary pipelines, 59 miles of secondary pipelines, 39 miles of sanitary sewer pipelines, 31 miles of storm drain lines, multiple pumps, pump stations, valves, etc., 6 water tanks, the Riverview Cemetery, and more. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun information to have?
That's all?
That's it. Okay, next slide, please. So we wanted to talk specifically tonight about two particular issues with culinary water. Can it advance, please?
Sorry, highway was closed. Did you get my text?
Oh, no. I mean, I probably did, but I
Wreck out on the highway.
didn't.
Closed up.
Glad you made it.
Me too.
Was it north or southbound?
It was out here on
Yeah.
13 north, between here and Riverside.
Oh, I've had too many of those.
Heard him head out.
Okay. Just again laying the groundwork here. Portions of the inner part of town have undersized cast iron pipes that are approximately 90 years old. We know that because portions that we've removed had 1936 stamped on them. So they're getting up there. We have identified 4.4 miles of pipe that fall under this category. I have a map I'll show you in a minute. Wanted to let you know also, in the past, one thing that we've done with aging infrastructure is that we've included it as part of a capital facilities plan, and we haven't necessarily addressed our entire infrastructure works as a proactive component of repair and replace for maintenance. So we want to be a little bit more proactive instead of reactive, even though what I'm suggesting or we're going to talk about tonight is semi-reactive. Next slide, please. So here's, if you look at the map there, the left side is north, and so that's actually Main Street that's running vertically through there, and then and then you have 100 West, Tremont Street, 2nd and 1st East, indicated as those are composed the 4.4 miles of 90-year-old pipeline that's been kind of the problem. Next slide. Okay, so in the last 3 years, just the kind of ones that we've documented, there's been 32 plus leaks or breaks, mainline breaks, not just leaks, mainline breaks in that water infrastructure there. And just wanted to let you know, because this has already been on our radar, so this is not totally brand new. But it's been on our radar to replace those portions south of Main Street. We've tentatively scheduled that for 2028. When we made our list of capital projects a few months ago, both of these were identified as being critical. So it's all critical stuff. We may want to push some of this up a little bit though. And the north part was scheduled for 2 years later. Estimated cost was $1.5 million to replace the north portion, 900,000 for the south portion. Those were numbers that were determined some time ago and are no longer valid. Next slide, please. Okay. So this illustrates those 32 plus breaks. You can see there are some particular hotspot areas, but as you can see, the entire, without exception, there's not a water line among those 90-year-old water lines that hasn't had a significant break in the last 3 years. So kind of it helps to see visually what has been going on there. Next slide. Okay, so Chris has been super helpful at working with us and trying to, number one, we knew that there were improvements that needed to be made, replacements that needed to be made north and south of Main Street. We also, I don't know that we formally identified what those locations were though until recently. So it's the 4.4 miles. We also need to include a section of Main Street in that. And so you can see the updated cost estimates. The south went from 900,000 to 1.4 million, 58% increase. The north, even higher, went from 1.5 million to almost 3.8 million. We think that we like these cost estimate numbers in that we feel that they are representative of entire replacement, meaning the services as well. We've had additional leaks besides mainline breaks. We've had leaks in old services, so those would all be updated.
Just to the meter.
Just to the meter. Yeah, not on people's property.
That includes valves and fire hydrants as well.
Yep. So it's kind of a total overhaul. So that's 5.2 million, which excludes Main Street. We know that Main Street has had its share of breaks, but Main Street is kind of its own particular animal in that we have other improvements that we want to make along Main Street. So we could do these in phases, in pieces, and we.
Just out of curiosity, do we have the info on how much it usually costs us per break? Just informationally, is it?
We don't, but we would love to be able to provide that. Andrew and I, but mostly Andrew's been thinking about that, and that is information that we will present at a follow-up
Be awesome.
presentation.
I think it'd be helpful to have.
Does this include like the road repair, patching and all that?
It does include the road repair, patching of that. But that conversation could dovetail into sort of the next portion that we're going to talk about in a minute, which is road maintenance. I mean, we would likely want to do some kind of road maintenance, refinishing in conjunction with doing major water line replacement like this.
These estimates include, and it's anticipated you'd damage some curb and some sidewalk and certainly some landscaping. And I tried to include numbers for any of that.
It also includes 20%
Contingency.
contingency in those numbers, so they're numbers that we feel a lot more confident in. At least we know where they came from and what is,
So the 5.2 does include the repair to the roads and it includes all of that.
but it doesn't include like refinishing any of those sections of road. It's just
patching
restoring,
Oh, just patching, putting the.
Ultimately, you'd wanna chip seal it after
Yep.
it's all done and everything.
yep, I think so. So, that's kind of, we feel very strongly that we've, just the sheer number, even in the last month of breaks that we've had to deal with, we feel like it's complaining to us. It's telling us a story. It's like your car that you've limped and fixed and fixed and fixed forever, and at some point you got to be ready to replace that car, and maybe it's time to replace that car sooner than we thought. But I mean, 90 years, getting 90 years out of a pipe is wonderful.
Good, isn't it?
I mean, they say, you know, PVC will go 100 years, but we don't know yet because it wasn't invented 100 years ago, at least not that I know of. So
One other note, all these lines are 4-inch lines, diameter lines.
they're undersized.
The minimum size we put in now is 8-inch.
I know fires over there in my previous thing, the hydrants, there's just not enough water over there.
Well, and when we,
The east part, I haven't
Yeah.
been over here much, but
and I think, I feel fairly confident that we do exercise all of the hydrants regularly, but I'm not as confident that we've exercised all of the individual valves. Case in point, we had a break a couple weeks ago, and instead of being able to shut the water off to just that block, we had to shut it off on a couple ends on, and take in more than that block. You know, and it was only a couple hours or whatever, but, you know, it's just, those valves are old too, and they need to be maintained and operated, you know, annually at least, just to exercise them. So we know it's giving up on us. Let's go to the next slide, Cynthia, thank you. Okay, so this is the next sort of water-related issue I wanted to talk about, and I've mentioned a little bit to you guys previously, is about our sanitary survey. I believe I told you how many points we got assessed last time. We got 815 points assessed to us. That's not something that we're proud about. That's something that, again, tells us that something needs to be done here. Andrew and I met with the Division of Drinking Water that assesses those points, that oversees those water systems. We met with them today, and one thing is, getting that amount of points is very subjective depending on who your surveyor is. In the past, they even would have the county health department come and do those, and I think the county health department felt less qualified to do that kind of thing, but, you know, anywho, it's depending on the surveyor that you get and that kind of thing, it can be very subjective. The surveyor that came out this last time it was pretty young and not super experienced. That said, I don't necessarily mind them being strict with us, because it helps us to know that if the expectation is here, well, we want to be above that even. So,
Were some of the more notable issues that the inspector was citing?
a lot of it was gasket related. So you have gaskets around manholes that seal so critters can't climb in there, spiders and whatever. And that can be very subjective, whether the gasket is still good or not, or needs to be replaced. But every single manhole that was inspected, and there was at least, what, 5 of them probably?
No, there's more than 5 because
Yeah.
we have 6 tanks, and each tank has hatches, and then all the spring collection boxes. So probably more like 10 to
Maybe.
15.
Yeah, I mean, we got what, 25 points each for those. I mean, they really got out the red pen and went to town. So those are easy ones to fix, really. Those are not that concerning to us. Some of the other ones is like woody vegetation, brush and bushes that they want to have a 50-foot radius cleared around your spring collection area. Number one, a spring collection area is a very subjective thing in the first place. I mean, I don't have eyes to see underground exactly what our spring collection area is. So in most cases, you just maintain what you own. And so we do that. We keep it clear, we keep it fenced, but technically, there are property owners that surround us. We don't own or control that property. We can't just go cut down their trees or that kind of thing, you know. Those were the kind of discussions that we had today, and we feel like the reason why the meeting was held with them today is they identified all of the water suppliers that had a significant number of points, and it triggers basically an investigation of their own. What did they do? And so, you know, it was very helpful and beneficial to have that meeting today because it really opened some opportunities where they were kind of like, and they had tons of pictures so we could look at the picture and talk about it. So it was very useful to be able to discuss that, and they're going to work with us pretty well. We'll probably ask for some exceptions in certain cases, and in other cases, you know, we're just going to totally comply and exceed expectations kind of thing. Anywho, 815 points is really significant. Cynthia, will you advance the slide? Okay, I think I've pretty much covered all this stuff. We do have 4 months to address the current deficiencies. Fencing is another issue. The area should be spring collection areas, and spring areas with all of your infrastructure needs to be fenced. In this case, the whole general area is fenced, and the surveyor failed to observe that. And so that's kind of an easy win right there where, yeah, because we have several springs, and I think she was looking for a little fence here and a little fence next to that one and another fence next to there, when in reality, the whole general area is fenced, and the intent is to keep out livestock, and there's never any livestock down there. They're all totally fenced out. So it looks worse than it is. But it still is kind of sending a message, to me at least, that because of the age of some of our infrastructure, it's just easier to have those points assessed, and they just, you know, stuff deteriorates over time and that kind of thing. Next slide. So the next 2 slides show where all of the deficiencies are located. Every single one of those X's is where we have infrastructure that they looked at and that we got marked up on. The stuff on the very left side of the screen, that's our spring collection areas. There is also in the lower right-hand portion in the foothills of the mountain there, we have tanks and other infrastructure there, but there's also another spring over there. It's a very kind of seasonal, low-producing spring, and it's got pretty old infrastructure, and they really nailed us on that as well. I mean, you can see basically every cluster of those X's is where we have, you know, major infrastructure, and we got multiple violations on all that stuff. So, next slide. So we also get some of our water, of our own water that doesn't come from the Conservancy District. We also have a spring that is kind of northwest Radio Hill area. And we have tanks over there, so those are the other locations where we got deficiencies on there. Next slide. Is this helpful, by the way? Okay. I'm like, because we worked on this and I'm blabbing a lot, but I'm just hoping that it's pretty helpful. So the question is, what should we do about all of this? And we'll talk more about that, but let's go to the next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about transportation and roads. You want to talk about that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Catch my breath.
This
a
was
minute.
before my time, but in April of this year, the city council approved resolution 25-11, which established a special revenue fund for roads. It took the roads out of the general fund. The city manager directed Public Works to research a TUF, or a transportation utility fee. Essentially, a TUF considers the city roads as a utility and provides funding for road maintenance and reconstruction through the utility billing. So the TUF associates a trip value to each utility account in the city, and it categorizes those into different categories. There's residential, multifamily, commercial, industrial, and each account will pay their portion based off the number of trips. And so the more trips associated with that, the bigger impact they have on the roads, and the more they would pay towards that transportation utility fee. Next slide. I don't know, do we have more?
Yeah.
Like Carl mentioned at the beginning, we have just over 49 miles of city-owned roads in Tremont City. That's just the city-owned ones. There's more state roads, but it's recommended to chip seal roads every 7 years and then repave every 28 years. According to Chris's most recent engineer cost analysis, the chip seal costs $3.25 per square yard, and repaving, there's a couple different options, but it varies from $19 to $27 per square yard. If we followed the above guidelines, the average annual maintenance cost would be about 1.3 million with those current numbers and the current amount of road that we have. Next slide. Well, that was it.
We're done. No. So kind of one of the reasons why I included that very first slide that identified, how much infrastructure there is to track is we haven't had a real useful way of keeping track of all those individual miles, all those individual valves, the condition of different road sections and that kind of thing. Or at least we haven't utilized that fully in the past. We do have our GIS maps, which is super helpful, which is where we get all those lengths and that kind of thing from. And that's good, but we need a good database behind that can have pictures in it, that can have material types related to it, age of the infrastructure, when it was last inspected, when it was last installed, that kind of thing. So that is something that we are actively working on, and something that will be very, very helpful in the future. The main reason why I wanted to talk to the council about this is that I would like to move to a little bit more proactive maintenance of repair and replace schedule. And with all the right pieces in place, that will be much easier to do. We can't just that's 218 miles of pipeline in the ground, of all the different pipelines. So if those really did have a 100-year life, we're replacing 2.2 miles of that every year. when's the last time we've done that, you know? So right now, we're talking about doing 4.4 miles, and after that, we want to maintain, we want to be able to inspect our infrastructure better. We want to be on top of knowing what the appropriate maintenance schedule for repair and replace for that should be, and then how will we fund that kind of repair and replace program. That's what we want to talk about tonight. Any questions? I mean, you've asked a few already, but what?
I was gonna.
We're anxious to hear some feedback from the.
Yeah.
I appreciate that approach. I really do. I think we need to do that. We need to look at a proactive way to go ahead of that and inspect, find our problems, fix them before they happen. So, yeah, I love it.
Do we have a capital improvements plan updated, ready to go? Or is that something that's what you're proposing, is that we need to be more proactive about our capital improvement?
So I have my
plan?
great friend Chris here to talk to us about our current capital facilities plans.
We're currently updating the water and secondary. Secondary was done, in planning for the whole secondary system, so there's not a lot to do there, but the culinary water capital facilities plan is being updated right now.
Okay.
And then I'd like to move on to the sewer, the collection system part of the sewer system after
And
that.
some of that I
Is the
think is,
transportation master plan up to date, or do we feel like that's
very
out of date? It's very up to date.
transportation master plan is up to date.
That's
Brand new.
what yeah, it's brand new, right?
This year.
And the water and sewer plan, I mean, is it?
That's what I'm working on right now. Yeah, the water is what I'm working on right now.
Yep.
Also, the storm drain, I hear you talking quite a bit about the storm drain issue, needs to be
Yeah,
looked at a little closer as well.
kind of a game of whack-a-mole. We hit the storm drain down for a minute, and now the roads and the water infrastructure's come up in its place, but.
Yeah.
And I guess the question I have is, how is growth being communicated to you for the updating of those plans? Right, as we're looking forward into development and the land use plan, do we have good crossover there where our projections meet what those plans are saying? Because I think that's where a lot of my concerns lie, is
Yeah.
where those marry.
I would say the last one we did in 2013, as far as projections, the growth projections, are a little behind, but actually not terribly behind. But the growth has been faster than we anticipated.
Yeah.
But we can always, when I've looked at it, these things historically, there'll always be, like always can be periods of quicker growth that eventually kind of balance out. So over the long term, the curve always seems to come back and meet the growth curves, the growth pattern that actually happens. But everything, every time we do this, we adjust what the growth has been and where we're at now, and try and project the future a little more.
And it seems like anytime you do an update like that, the anticipated priorities get reprioritized. Something didn't do as well as we anticipated, it rises to the surface, and other ones are doing better than we anticipated, and we push those back down and we prioritize. But I think instead of, when did you say the last one was done? 2020, 2013?
There was, 2013, there was an update for the for the impact fee in 2017, I think it was, or something like that.
But kind of marrying that to our asset management makes that be more like a living document that can be updated easier and kept more current, instead of, we're gonna build a new plan again and start from scratch. Not that we really necessarily do that, but just helps us to really stay on top of things and kind of before things get real bad. Like I don't know. I think that the water infrastructure that we have is really pretty old. Some of it, our water quality is good. Our water is safe. Our drinking water quality is good. We sample all the time. We test. But the older that infrastructure gets, the harder it is to maintain that status. And water infrastructure and any city infrastructure is obviously very expensive and gets more expensive as time marches on.
Is it the, the frequency of the breaks? Has it anything to do with, are we delivering a higher pressure water? Or is there some sort of something we can look at as to why we're suddenly getting more breaks?
It's old, it's brittle, it's small diameter, so pressures can be higher, you know. It's just, it's had it.
It's aging.
And a lot of them happen in the summer because increased use, you
More
know,
velocity through the
yeah,
pipe.
tends to create larger pressure waves and dynamics in the pipe that help burst the pipe.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, I honestly think this highlights why, and I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but our capital asset plan in understanding what assets are going to be needed when, it's impossible for city council to budget without that projection, you know, knowing that we've got a 90-year-old system that's coming up at X year. And until we get those documents from all of our heads, every department, it's, you know, I don't know how to accurately budget in a way that is with good stewardship, right? Without being reactionary. And it's why I'm asking for it, so that we can be proactive in our budgeting too, in every way. And so it starts with that capital improvement plan from you guys. So I would ask as fast as we can to get that, you know, and I know it's a lot of work and what it takes to get one of those. So appreciate all you're doing.
Where are we?
Be
You know,
proactive on it.
where are we on this capital facilities plan? I mean, is it something we're actively working on?
The base part of a culinary water capital improvement plan is a water model, computer water model of the system. We've taken all the billing data. The old model didn't go to this much technical detail, but we've taken all the billing data that we have from the city and using GIS assigned addresses and demands, so we know where exactly all of the higher demand, you know, where the demand is at in the system. As of today, I was told I have a fully operational, updated, working water model.
Yes,
So-
he talked to me today too.
Did he? So from that, now we'll take and plug in our projections of growth areas and see where we have, well, we'll see where we have problems right now. And then we'll plug in growth areas and see where we have problems, and then the report gets written.
So you're getting that information as you're needed, as
Yeah.
needed to be
Yeah,
able to
we'll-
update it.
We'll probably get together as a staff and talk about, you know, projections for growth and where we think those things will best be applied in our modeling. That's where this is a little bit of crystal ball work, and it does need to be updated on occasion because of that, because we project growth over here, but it happens over here. So we do the best we can and try and keep it up to date, but
So
that's where we're at.
Capital plan to me is pretty dynamic. There's gonna be, you can plan for all this, but you still gotta keep something for the stuff that went crazy
Yeah,
in anybody's budget.
Well, and this is a little bit conjecture on my part, but I really believe that the city had to hyper-focus on getting the secondary water supply developed. And that was, you know, a very strong focus that took a lot of time and a lot of interest. And I really feel like that's probably one of the reasons why some of the stuff didn't get looked at as closely or as you know, very recently. So I think, you know, that was good, but we're kind of buttoning that up. We've got money and projects and things approved to finish that up within the next year and a half. And so, now it's time to get a good repair and replace plan.
The ruptures that you showed earlier, you know, mainly in the older part of town. Is that over the last, how many years?
That was within the last 3 years.
36 months, okay. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember.
Following up on the capital improvement plan, I mean, you're one portion of it. Have we continued to populate the document that was started where we had some priorities and different things with different heads. Is that still in motion? Or with our changes in admin, has that kind of been lost, or what's going on there?
I don't think it's actively being updated necessarily. They did it for the budget, and they'll do it again for the next budget, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that they're,
We should probably kick that in gear again now so that come January it's very easy so that we're not scrambling. I think it'll take a lot of pressure off of you guys having to scramble to get those and gives you time to document and research the priorities of what each department needs. That way we're not last minute trying to budget.
Any other questions for Public Works? Okay. Any more questions for us?
We would like to be able to schedule a follow-up conversation, probably, a month or month and a half down the road, and talk more about the guts of, okay, I think we all kind of feel the same way. We're on the same page that way now. How do we financially get this done? And I've talked to the mayor a lot about funding sources, looking for additional funding. I've been talking with Lindsay. We've been talking with Curtis about, what do we have now? How is that going to change things if we reprioritize some of those capital projects? So, we'll definitely have Curtis here to help talk about that. But that's kind of the follow-up conversation that we want to have.
Sounds really
next month
good.
or so.
Yeah.
Well, and I would just reiterate again, having that conversation without the rest of the context of the other departments is going to be really difficult to make isolated decisions. That's why I think as a general, we need to all be working toward the capital improvement plan so that we can have a discussion and make decisions, because if we're looking at it just from that context, it'll be hard to choose, if you will. So.
Well, and the other thing I would say, I know people have questioned me in the past on why do we need an assistant public works director kind of thing. Well, this is why we need an assistant public works director. We need somebody who's very capable, very smart, and that can help us update and create, I should say create and update our asset management system. And so, this is possible because Andrew is here to help us out.
There be some, when we're looking at, really what we're looking at is, our enterprise funds keeping up with the demand for replacement and improvements and everything. Is that going to be part of what you're going to do, Andrew, is sort of, do we look at the, the fee schedules and everything and make sure that what we're keeping up and we're not getting behind when it comes to.
Want me to answer that, or you want to answer?
You can answer, but that was part of our plan to talk with Curtis about, because there's some question as what we have available now versus what we will need to be available, so.
Andrew's more involved in the day-to-day creation and updating and overseeing of the asset management system. The money end of things, I'm not asking him to be involved in. That's something that I really want to be, that I feel like is my responsibility. Also to work with other staff and city council on, and the mayor.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, you guys.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Presentation on the inland port. Let's see. Stephanie, I don't see Stephanie here. What's that? Oh, here we go. Okay. Here we go. It's got to be me. It's got to be you.
I'm not going to project. Can I just talk through this one? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Are you ready for me, Mayor? Can I just start talking?
Yes, we're ready for you.
Thank you.
First of all, this is a presentation on the inland port, an update for the council to see where we're at as far as progress with our, with the inland port. Still part of the county,
Still.
hasn't been brought into the city yet, so maybe you can just bring us up to speed.
Sure, I'll do my best. I expected my Associate Vice President Stephanie to be here. I think she thinks this is at 6 o'clock, so hopefully I'm done before she gets here, and then she'll later correct anything I say incorrectly. Scott Wolford, Wolford. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for the Port Authority. The Tremont section for now limits itself to just the northern portion of the Lakeshore Learning Complex facility. It's about 30 acres that are in Tremont City, which has not just been completed construction, but we have triggered that portion. So the property tax differential, much of which has taken up an incentive that we use to lure that company here, is going to be received this coming calendar year, which we're very excited about. The facility is operational. They have around 400 employees that are working every day there. There's some movement to complete and do some financing on the Factory Street upgrades, but gratefully, that's on the Garland City side of that, so they have to worry about those things. To your point, Mayor, and I'll just hit that since it came up first, there's what we're calling the Harwood Zone, which is, to this date, it's been amended by Box Elder County into the Inland Port project area with the anticipation that it will be annexed into the Tremont city limits. We are very, very excited to, is this Stephanie?
He's like,
I'm gonna keep talking.
Keep talking.
Okay, and you figure out what you want to do. That's all I got.
See, did you pull that other speaker over
This
there?
one right here?
Yeah, probably that will be a little easier
Stand in
to.
the back. How about that? Is that better? Really? I'll back up a little. I'm going to talk about Harwood for a second.
Excellent.
The Harwood Zone, again, is still part of Box Elder County, not Tremont City. We anticipate an annex there. Very excited to begin recruitment and kind of a plan of what we want to recruit and what type of utility lift will be needed there. And certainly we can take one of either or kind of a mix of strategies to wait until the annexation happens or to proactively recruit it right now. We're seeing, I'm going to call it more rural areas of the state that have adjacency to the interstates are becoming very popular with companies that are looking to maybe re-onshore some manufacturing that made sense before the Trump tariffs to be overseas. But now with kind of some instability in those markets, there's some consideration of maybe we don't want to worry about navigating tariffs that are changing day to day, week to week, and we should just bring those things back within the United States. Very excited about that. The prettiest girl at prom, if I could use an inappropriate metaphor right now, is kind of Green River City. And we see a similarity between Tremont with your I-15, I-84 adjacency to kind of what they enjoy with Interstate 70 there in the south. I don't want to say southeast because it's one southish part of the state. So we're very excited to begin recruiting that area, and we'll certainly take the city's lead on what you want us to do, how you want us to chase, if we want to wait until it's finished being annexed into the city, or if we could move forward on that. Do you want me to keep going? Do you want to go?
I think I can.
You should probably do that because I'm dancing right now. This is
That's
Stephanie
fine.
Pack, Associate Vice President assigned to the Golden Spike Inland Port, which you are certainly a part of. Go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I am so grateful for the opportunity
Can
to.
you put the speaker over by so that she's got one?
I'll slide it. Thank you. So I'm glad you told us.
Again, I'm Stephanie Pack. I'm with the Utah Inland Port Authority. I manage our project areas in northern Utah. And I'm excited to be able to talk about what's been happening with the Golden Spike project area this last year. We just completed our second year as a project area, working with Tremont City, as well as the communities of Garland, unincorporated Box Elder County, and Brigham City. We had a great year this year with some exciting announcements. We triggered our first parcels in the project area. That is for the Lakeshore Learning Project. They had their ribbon cutting earlier this summer, as well as we had the announcement of Nucor Steel locating a new facility in Brigham City. And so with that, we are anticipating an amendment to our project area, which will include some new acreage in Willard City. They will be participating in the project area. But just as a reminder, all of the zones within our project area will remain independent in terms of how we allocate those tax differential dollars. So all of Tremont's money will stay here in Tremont. We've been working really closely with these partners as they've been going through their announcements and as they've been going through their expansions. We'll continue to work with the city. We're really excited about the opportunities we have with the Harwood Zone just outside of the city limits. We've been working really closely with the city as we determine the best course of action of how the city wants to see that area develop. We believe that our financing tools will be a huge benefit to the city as you look to bring in, hopefully, some new projects there in the future. We'll be prepared to help the city be choosy about what ends up there, and be able to provide the city with the financial means to bring out the infrastructure that is needed to help that new expansion of the city get the infrastructure that it needs. When it comes to recruitment projects, we have a number of active recruitment projects looking at Box Elder County today. We have about 20 active recruitment projects that have identified Box Elder County as a potential opportunity. We anticipate that that number will continue to grow as we look to identify appropriate partners that are going to be a good fit for Tremont City. We are excited about our partnerships with Savage, Union Pacific, and Bailey Farms. They have a lot of opportunities for us to expand the rail usage here in this area. We know that that expansion is going to take time. It's going to take investment, but we're hopeful that as we expand the usage of the rail assets that we have here in the county, it's not only going to benefit new development that's coming to the county, but it'll also help the existing businesses here leverage those logistical assets that are currently underutilized. So those were largely the updates that we wanted to provide the city council. We're going to continue to be working on wetland preservation here in the county. A percentage of the differential that gets captured will be going towards wetlands preservations around the county adjacent to our project areas. So we look forward to follow up on those projects as the project area matures. And we are excited about the amendment. We have a 12-month amendment cycle. That's an opportunity for communities to change, add to the project area as more opportunities come up. That would be a good fit. But I think the opportunities that we have currently with the city are really significant today, and we're excited to see where things go. So
We would be happy to answer any questions the mayor and council have.
I do have a question. Can we go back to the Lakeshore and the expansion? And I'm assuming that Lakeshore is already starting to expand their facility into the Tremont area, or did I just misunderstand you?
So there is a percentage of the property that does cross over into Tremont boundaries. So the city should expect to see some new tax revenues coming in from that project as it stands today. They currently have employed almost 400 employees at that facility right now. And they have told us that as they expand, as they grow their footprint, which could be years in the future, we haven't been told of a timing yet on their expansion, but that expansion will happen in Tremont City.
And that from initial was about 400,000 square feet, which will be a significant bump to the
Yeah.
Tremont City.
And that's part of the 30 acres that come south?
Yeah, so part
From
of,
where they're at?
correct. Part of the construction is already in Tremont, and more to come.
And then, when we look at the Harwood project, the question that keeps coming back as we have our discussions, and, we're just always sort of, okay, what is it going to be? It depends on if it were, let's just say a food manufacturer, that would be a totally different need for infrastructure than, say, a warehouse kind of a thing. And so I think that's where everybody sort of is holding back a little bit. We're wondering just exactly what it is. So as you have these projects that are sort of looking at this area, I think that would be, sooner than later, that you can let us know what the, what kind of, because we're going under the freeway with some infrastructure, and those things are going to be, costly and all that kind of thing. And so we're just asking for, and you do a good job of keeping us in the loop and everything. So appreciate that.
Mayor, and yes, we're actively recruiting that area, and we'll continue to do so. We don't necessarily have, other than what's in the plan and budget, guidance from the city of exactly what you want, but we'll kind of chase best and highest use. The magic of the Port Authority happens from capital investment, so a cold storage would be a lot of money. But we also recognize that it's hugely beneficial for the community to have high-paying jobs, and sometimes you get both, and sometimes you get one or the other, a balance between, and we're gonna work to kind of, what can we get there? What's the best thing there? And it's a great spot to have, but if it's a high-energy need, it's gonna be a little different than a big wastewater user. We get it.
Okay. Council, do you have any other questions for?
Just as manufacturer, we've had a manufacturer or two express interest in the area. Did they get in contact with you, either of you? And is that the correct avenue? To
Yes.
who do they talk to
Yes.
when they're
Send them
interested?
Stephanie's way every
Okay.
time.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, that's,
Yeah. So when a project comes, what we would like to do is, obviously we would want to vet them in partnership with the city to ensure that they fit the plan and budget that we've outlined. The great thing about our partnership and the great thing about the tools that we have here in the city is it allows us, again, as I mentioned before, to be a little choosy about what companies we choose to support. As long as the company fits the zoning in the area, there's not a lot we can do, right? If they make a transaction with the landowner, if they become a landowner, if their use is a permitted use, we'll let them, do their business and make something happen. But we don't have to provide them with those financial tools, if that makes sense. So if they want to come and invest in the community, that's great, but we can pick and choose who we decide to support with those financial tools.
And as far as do you send them our way? We want to be your administrative agent in this. We represent the city. It's a partnership, a collaboration. So you say, hey, this is something that's worth kicking tires. Can you answer all those 9 to 5 phone calls, emails? Absolutely. It's exactly what we want to do. We won't get ahead of you. Stephanie never will. But yes, it's tricky being a city councilman, mayor. You already have a full-time job, and now they want you to work another one. We get it.
Well, we appreciate you guys and all of, your outreach and working with these companies, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. And, it's just going to be a major thing to get infrastructure over there, and so that's kind of where you guys come into play. We appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor.
Council, any other questions? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Your mic wasn't working, hers was.
She sounds smarter than I do anyway.
All right, we'll move on now. And are you guys heading out?
Are we on the agenda
Good.
for the 6 o'clock?
Yeah, so,
Okay, yeah, I'll be here.
okay. I had some questions for you.
That was it.
This was it? Oh, hey, Stephanie? No, this was it. So, have you got a contact for, well, maybe if you can hang around and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a question I've got.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on here. Let's see, we're going to discussion on enacting temporary land use regulation on the acceptance, processing, and approval of certain land use applications. And I'm guessing this is going to be Jeff? It's going to be you? Okay. All right, we'll turn the time over to Brett.
Okay, this was a ordinance that we put before the city council so we can have a discussion on it. I've got some talking points here. The 2002 general, a while ago, we had a discussion when we were talking about the Outlook subdivision or rezoning, and it was suggested that we look back at our general plan and try to update that. So this is what is generating that discussion. Our current plan is outdated from 2002. The city's growth has already significantly exceeded the foundation assumption of that plan, so it makes it quite unreliable for planning in the future. The 2002 projection for population for 2020 was 9,708, and in 2024 we were at 13,214. And by 2050, we're projected to be around 30,000. So that's a increase of about 173%. So significant numbers compared to what we had assumed back in 2002. So the plan outdate is one issue in there. The other issue is naturally what Carl and you guys talked about today, and that's our critical infrastructure, especially water. The city's infrastructure is aging and under stress, and there's a rising public concern that rapid development is straining infrastructure and resources on water. And so we talked about it earlier. We had those 815 points. We got to have a proactive approach. You're talking about updating your plan. That's what this whole discussion is we need to update the whole city plan. So we're all on board and working towards the same common goal. And residents are concerned that the long-term financial burden for the repair, upkeep, and operation of new infrastructure is passed on them through increased taxes and/or fees. So this ordinance, what it would basically do is it would pause zoning map amendments, rezones. So for 6 months, we would pause and not allow any changing to any zoning of a piece of property from one district to another. And it changes the ordinance text that would create a new zoning district or significantly alter the density, intensity, or types of uses allowed in those areas. Okay? It does not pause this ordinance does not affect development applications that are fully vetted and working now. Okay? We can or legally do that anyway. And so basically what this ordinance is asking us to do is to start with a 6-month pause in our rezonings and go to the drawing board, work with our public, and start developing a general plan. And until we have a general plan, we don't lift this this ordinance. Now, we can go 6 months, but we can also extend it 2 more times if we need to, up to 18 months. However, if in 3 months we have a general plan, we can, and it's adopted by the city council, then we can move forward with removing this temporary ordinance. Any questions?
I gotta explain why. I mean, we have to vote on any annexation changes, any
Zoning.
zoning changes anyway. This seems like we spin our wheels. I mean, I've only been here less than 2 years, but I don't know. I don't know if that's I don't know. I can see what they're saying on structure, but if we're putting in the new stuff, other than the volume of water, the new stuff's not a problem for a while on the replacement part, right, Carl? I mean, so unless it's a volume thing, I can see that's something we need to look at, but that's just my question.
So I would say that part of the problem is we don't have all these different areas identified as part of our general plan. So when we do start to build, and I think someone asked it earlier, what happens when we're building in a certain area? Do we have the roads? Do we have the water? Do we have everything we need to get to that area? Hopefully this general plan would start to make sure all that's in place so that we do have those things.
When you're referencing the general plan, are you also alluding to the capital improvement plan, the transportation master plan, and water and sewer plans? Is that what you're wanting to address, or is it the general plan itself? Because the way I understand it, a general plan is a little more vague and more vision setting, where the capital improvement plan is where, we're talking about some of the concerns that you just raised.
Right.
So I'm less concerned about the general plan. Yes, I think we need to update some numbers in the general plan, more into our estimates, but it is more of a higher level vision of where we see things going. And the documents that I'm most concerned about are the other ones, the supplemental ones that feed the general plan, because a lot, like I said, the citizens' concerns are addressed in those plans in my mind, not so much the general plan. So I think that's where some of my concerns are is this the only tool that we have to get what we're trying to get to? Or there's some other ways that we could address those concerns, those same ones, because if we update just the general plan and not those documents, we're still going to have the same concerns. That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think that's where therein lies the problem, is our vision. And is our vision matching that of what the public feels? Is our vision, are we all coming together and working towards a common good? And I'm not feeling that. I'm not hearing that from the public. They feel that our visions may be different than theirs.
But some of these subdivisions don't come into our plan. It's when somebody buys that ground or does something. I mean, who could ever have picked where the next one will come? I mean, that's up to these guys. Is there an adequate water line big enough to feed XYZ? Or, and if that's a problem, but we don't know where they are. I mean, we know where some of them's gotta finish out, but like the inland port thing, I mean, we have enough water to run a 12-inch line under the freeway, you know? But, and I see that part of it, but it's hard, it's gonna be hard to, I mean, I just hate to get political about, we're gonna slow it down, so after all that, we gotta, I mean, if we don't have enough, we don't have enough, but.
Well, and I don't think your intention is, to politically slow ourselves down. What are the concerns that we're trying to address in this specifically?
Specifically, we need to look at our city as a whole. Where do we want the growth to take place? What kind of growth do we want? Where do we want to put that specific type of growth? For example, where do we want multi-housing? Where do we want single housing? Do we want to identify certain areas that are industrial, other areas that are downtown
See,
commercial?
and-
And I know all those are part of a master road plan and all that, but
And land use plan, right? Because isn't that really where the land use plan is where we address that type of, emotion. That's how we control sprawl or density in certain places. So in my mind, it's more about saying, okay, where in the land use plan are we off? Does that match what the public is hoping for? Again, the general plan would then be updated with some of that vision does the land use plan fit the vision of where we're heading with the city? And so I guess what I'm saying is if we're going to address the general plan and take time on that, I just want to make sure that in that motion, we're actually updating the documents that will execute the change, right? Because the land use plan is what allows the vision of where we're headed with zoning, for example.
yeah, and the general plan needs to drive the objectives, needs to drive the vision. Okay, so it is a higher level plan. And that's what, then, our planning commission and all the employees, we can all use that with guiding principles. This is what we want to do as a city. And our general plan of 2002 needs to be updated.
I went through the general plan back then in 2002, and
Graduate.
there are issues, there are things there that definitely need to be updated, and, their expectations for growth and all of that kind of thing are severely outdated. But, from a standpoint like Bo was mentioning, sort of a high vision, sort of I think that, well, I think there's some things that changed. They emphasized single family, single lot housing, and they did indicate that they needed to have multiple housing and that kind of thing. But it was just a it was a different world back in 2002 when it comes to the way housing was happening and all of that kind of thing. Today, it's just because of the markets, we're looking at really a different situation altogether, with affordability and all of that kind of thing. And so I think whatever the council decides here, I think we need to address, what is the market today versus what it was maybe back in the day in 2002 or whenever that, 2001, I guess, is when they made it, and then adopted it in 2002. So anyway, you got anything else for us?
What is the process of updating the general plan like? Obviously, the public's input is
Well, it's-
critical in that.
And it is going to require, public input is going to be really important. The cost is going to be significant, anywhere from $80,000. This is what we've been told. Maybe we can get it cheaper, I don't know. But we've been told anywhere from $80,000 to $120,000 to update or update the master plan. If we want to just sort of update the numbers and update some of the information in there, that's going to be less. If we want a full-fledged master plan, it's going to be something more. But somewhere in that 80,000 up.
What's the time frame on them?
I think that, I don't know if, Jeff, were you able to get any information on that, on the timeframe to have that redone? Okay, so we don't know that at this point.
If we take a citizen-centric approach on this, however, it's going to take a lot of input, a lot of public input, a lot of involvement. There's been some really good models done throughout the country where they've been very successful with doing this. And it could be a tool to help bring our community together and keep it together.
Good point. You have anything else? Brett, thank you very much for all the work you've done on putting that together, and we'll address that later this evening in our policy session.
I have one question before we
Yeah,
get off that.
yeah.
Is that going to, when they do that, do they have all the regulations, the state, federal regulations that they have on, like the state has so much, you have to have so much of this or that? Is that all going to be taken effect on? Because I can guarantee you that I don't want a big apartment complex by my house, but nobody else does. So somewhere there's going to be some apartment complexes. So, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a whole lot to it, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about, but resources, that's where I would place them.
Thank you. We'll have some time for some public comment a little bit later, so.
We're just here for the first time, so we're
Oh.
getting your system. I'm
Okay, well, thank you for coming.
Rex for you to shout out.
Yeah, well, we're just going through the agenda here, and when we get into the policy session, there'll be time for you to make some comments.
Sure. So we just listen, you converse.
Yeah, just listen. All right, let's see, that's all we have as far as workshop. Let's go through the agenda, council, and let's see, on the agenda, let's see, conflicts of interest, we'll go through that and discuss that. But there is one change to the agenda for this evening, and I'd appreciate it if we could have that one change made. So what we need to do is item number C down under new council business. Item C, that mutual water supply agreement, it needs to be taken off the agenda. So we won't be addressing that this evening. And I'd appreciate it whoever motions to accept the agenda, if you'll take item C off from that agenda. Let's see. So we got Jaden Hazard, police sergeant, we're going to award there. Let's see, let's go down to, I'm going to share some information on water usage that I think will be very helpful, kind of bring everybody up to speed on the impact of secondary water on our culinary water supply. And then the wellness garden for Box Elder County, the Suicide Prevention Coalition, Linda Kawana. She'll do a presentation. Then we have, let's just go through the agenda and make sure that we understand. Maybe that'll kind of help us as we go through, that we can move a little faster, maybe have some of the questions answered here. Item A, discussion and consideration of approving resolution number 25-47, amending section 2, purchasing and policy and contracts of the city's personnel policies and procedures manual. And so, Lindsay, are you going to kind of talk about that. Can you just give us an overview?
Yeah, just one change. I didn't get our payroll administrator on there the last time we updated this as somebody who can sign POs, so we added her. And then we also are allowing for stamped signatures. I guess we've got some department heads that use a stamp that we've never had a policy in place, so we thought we better get a policy in place to make that legal. They're using their stamp, so that's all it is, just those two changes.
Couple of easy, simple changes. Good.
No auto pen, right? Pen.
All right. Discussion and consideration of approving resolution number 25-48, creating a new water supply use type and reaffirming, amending and enacting new fees and fines in a schedule entitled the Tremont City Consolidated Fees Fines Schedule, including collection fees. And I think this is you, Carl, isn't it? And you just want to give us a little update on that and answer any questions? Yeah, please. Yeah, so that people can hear.
This creates a formal way to have contractors and temporary water users, usually doing construction, that kind of thing, to pay for the water, to quantify amounts that they're allowed to take instead of just filling it, from a hydrant or wherever they fill from us. We feel like they should have to pay for that use. And also that it should be metered and that it should be a little bit more strictly controlled. And this will allow us to do all three of those things.
Sounds like a good thing.
Yep, it
Yeah.
will be.
Hey, Carl,
Yeah,
are we gonna make them use, secondary water instead of culinary?
we will have two designated fill stations. One will be secondary water, one will be culinary. We will try to use as much of the secondary water as we can during the time period that's available.
And is there a price difference in it?
There's not. It's the same price. It's tied to the usage of 100,000 gallons per month of culinary water. And it remains whatever. So if that rate changes, then the way that this is written, that amount will change as well. Right now, for 100,000 gallons a month, it's $251.04 for contractors and that kind of thing, who I doubt will actually use 100,000 gallons anyways. That's pretty cheap water.
Why is this so cheap? Why are we, how come I pay more for 100,000 gallons than a contractor that goes and puts it on dirt?
Currently, they're paying nothing, so this will level the playing field, Wes. This is a good thing.
Any other questions for Carl? Let's see, we have, okay, we're going to not do C, so I think that was everything. Oh, the Vector truck.
Tractor truck, I'll
Yeah.
talk about that.
Yeah, if you can talk about that. Well, you could stay, you could have stayed there.
Yep.
Why don't you, because we're going to skip C, we'll move on to the Vector truck there. Sorry, I should have made that a little more clear.
Oh. We want a Vector truck. We approved it in, it's been approved budget-wise. We're significantly under budget. We budgeted the Taj Mahal of Vector trucks and then did more research and have some better numbers and actually came up with something that we like, design-wise and options-wise the most, and it ended up being the least expensive option. All of it have the same. All three quotes that I got have the same chassis. It's a Freightliner chassis, which can be serviced locally. It's just the Vector portion. There you go. That there's, in my opinion, some of them are gouging people at those prices. So I would like to ask for support for the council to have us purchase the super products model. It is the least expensive, but it really is the one that we like the most.
Is there a weight on it, or do you?
3 months. They are, and
That
I have
regular
pressed
months
and
or
pressed and
truck-
pressed
truck
them.
months?
Truck
I'm
months.
waiting on a fire
Don't,
truck.
that's not, we're not
Months.
creating a new month type, we're creating a new water use type. Let's
Yeah,
not
that's
create a new truck month. That sounds naughty.
Based off history, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Cool.
Cool, thank you very much.
But
Okay, let's see. Let's move on to item number E. Discussion and consideration of approving ordinance number 25-17, granting an electrical utility franchise and general utility easement to Rocky Mountain Power. Is that coming back to you, Lindsay?
Well, Russ from Rocky Mountain Power will be here at the 7 o'clock meeting to discuss.
Okay, so we'll just,
The attorneys reviewed it, it's the same, or the same ordinance we've had in place for at least since
Is
2020.
it for a specific area or just everywhere?
No, it's just everywhere, yeah.
okay, and they'll be here,
Yeah.
the policy session. Okay, all right. Then discussion and consideration of approving ordinance number 25-18, enacting a temporary land use regulation on acceptance, processing, and approval of certain land use applications. And that comes back to what Brett was just talking about. Brett, do you have anything else you want to add to that, or we just wait until we go? Okay, very good. All right.
Can I ask more questions about that?
Yeah,
We have the time, right?
we do.
We have time. Well, I just really want to zoom in on what's driving that, the desire to do that, and make sure that we address that. You know, if there's public concerns, we need to zoom in on them, right? And so, if we could spend some more time, the more context we can have before we go into a vote for that, that would be great. Do you mind elaborating some of the other concerns? And so, you know, land use was one. Sounds like the zoning, the current land use plan needs some amendments. Is it every capital improvement plan too? You know what I mean? And
It's the general look of what we want to do with our city. Okay, what is our focus? You know, from 2002 to today, has that changed? I would suspect so. And I think the public want to be part of that.
yeah,
And this would give them that chance to help drive that vision. And we're getting a lot of input that people want to do that. Now,
I think there's a general concern around multifamily housing and affordability, right? That's something that
Which is two different problems.
well, and I hear citizens from both sides saying, please make housing affordable for me. And then I also hear the other side of, please do. I've even heard apartments called riffraff, keep the riffraff away, which I disagree with and is strong. But, you know, I definitely do think that the public's input on that, their vision of affordable housing, what do we do in this current situation? Because both sides of the argument are coming to our desk right now. Very strongly, actually. I received a letter from a family that felt very strongly one way, and a letter from another family that felt vehemently strong in the other direction. So maybe some surveys would be helpful there, understanding that.
and it just feels like, I don't know, since last 5 years, we just been asked to pause, slow down a little. Slow down's not the right word, but pause and get ourselves together instead of just putting subdivisions wherever people are asking to put them in. What's the sense to that? What's the structure? You know, do we have everything in place to prepare for that? Is our infrastructure ready? You know, with all these plans that they're coming up and the need to upsize lines and prepare for our growth, are we ready to do that now? Or this general plan will help us decide, wait a minute, we need to make sure these pieces are in place before we move on to that area of the city. And it sure would be nice if we had a guiding document with some guiding principles that says, this is our vision, this is what we believe in, and this is what's going to drive our city in the future. And we don't have that right now.
So,
I can see that. I'm just saying what makes it hold, we can put it together, but what makes it hold that when somebody else wants something else? You know what I'm saying? Do we have the right to say, okay, XYZ area will be just this or that? And does that even hold any,
so the land use plan would
Does it-
would embody that.
yeah, well, you could
Guidance.
say what it is, but legally, can you say that? Can you say, no, we're not
If
gonna
it's
do
zoned
that?
that way, you can say no.
Well, but the zoning, like we just determined since 2002, it's gonna change. It's gonna change in 10 years. The whole, what's needed and what's not. I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm just worried that we'll get everybody and do this plan. And by the time the plan goes, none of us will probably be here. But does the plan does it have teeth with it to say, no, that's the plan?
Well, it needs to be organic, and this one hasn't been.
Right.
This plan hasn't grown, and so part of this plan needs to grow with the city. And that's part of what the problem's been.
Well, see, the general plan, and I think what you're saying is the general plan was 20, how many years ago?
23?
The year I graduated. So it's been 23 years, and we haven't updated the general plan in any way, right? Is it necessary to spend $80,000 to $100,000 to update the general plan? Or is it something that we, using surveys, et cetera, could do? Because the general plan is more visionary, right? It's more aligning the vision of where we want to go. The land use plan is what actually makes the changes for zoning around that higher vision. So I just almost feel like we might, somewhat be putting cart before the horse of, I'd love to get that up to date. But is it the only tool that we have right now? To your point, there can be.
Don't we have a roads plan or
Yeah,
at this point? like where the
transportation
new-
master plan.
Transportation master plan. So that's gotta obviously be in with it. I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm just saying what makes it hold steady? What makes you
And so.
hold to it?
And we have a transportation plan, right? And we got this road going all the way out 1,000 north, and we have all these roads feeding to it. But at what point is it okay to now start putting in a huge subdivision that has no supporting infrastructure to it? Or do we need to make sure those roads and those other places and the infrastructure is in place to support the project coming in? And that's what this general plan helps us do, and that's what our in combination with the other plans. Right now, growth has hit us so fast that we're putting in subdivisions and we're trying to catch up with our infrastructure, and it's putting a lot of stress on our system. And it's getting harder and harder to maintain our current systems because we don't have the revenues coming in to keep ourselves up to date with what we already have. And so I get concerned about that. And then the part of this general plan needs to consider the things like fire and police and all of the safety features. What happens when we start adding 1,000 people to the city? Are we hiring the appropriate amount of police officers, and are we keeping ourselves safe? There's a lot to consider when we start to grow, and I don't know that our current plan is taking those things into consideration. And those are the things that need to be discussed as part of our vision as Tremont City. And we can sit back and say, well, we'll address as they do, but we haven't.
I think the only place I'm getting caught up, because I completely agree with you, having all of that together, that's why I've been saying like the capital improvement plan is so important, right? If we don't have that, then how are we making rezoning decisions without a capital improvement, 5-year projection of what's going to be needed, right? That's why I've been saying that. The general plan is more visionary. The capital improvement plan is really where that rubber meets the road. So I'm not arguing that we should not update the general plan, because I think we absolutely should. Why not? Other than the cost. So that's what I'm really trying to understand is just what is the process of updating a general plan? Because every time I get really specific about the why to address citizens' concerns, it comes back to the other ancillary plans that feed the general plan, not so much the big vision plan. Because I think a lot of the citizens share the same vision of what Tremont City is going to be. But I do see some conflict between some of the proposed developments and that they are conflicting with the current land use plan. Right? But that's the land use plan that needs updating, not if we feel that there's conflict there, not necessarily the general plan. Although it wouldn't hurt to update the general plan, because I think we should, but if it's $100,000 cost, would that be the most prudent
Well,
thing with our funds right now?
You know, and that's a number. Yeah,
Wes?
I guess my question is, this is Brandon.
Oh, Brandon?
Okay, what are the guiding principles for the land use plan? What are the guiding principles for the capital improvement plan? Water and sewer, transportation. Where do those particular plans, where do they receive direction? And that's where I'm concerned as well. I'm kind of on with Brett here is there ought to be these guiding principles in the master general plan that helps to direct and give solutions or direction to all these areas that are more detailed. And I'm not as, well versed in all the things you guys are talking about, but it does feel like where do these additional divisions get their direction? And I fear that we don't have that in place.
and I think that if we go through and identify those in a general plan, a document that all the other ones feed off of, then now we're bringing everyone together and we're working as one unit to create a vision. Each one of our plans now have been developed with good intent, but it's like Brandon said, do we have a guiding principle or a vision that's driving all of them towards the same focus, towards the same vision? And I don't know that we do.
I've only been a year and a half, but some of you have been here a long time. I mean, what have we been doing that way, just winging it on the, I mean,
Well, I guess that's why I'm having the friction here on the general plan, because I feel like the general plan generally is feeding those principles. So I've referred to it quite a bit. In fact, I have an AI tool that takes an ordinance and feeds it through and says, how does this compare against the general plan? So, and I don't feel like as a vision document, we're too far off of those guiding principles. Where I think we're lacking is, does the capital improvement plan align with our general plan? Do we need to update the numbers of population, et cetera? Yes. But where I think we're off is in those ancillary plans. I don't think the general plan is too far off. I think the plans that align with the general plan are where we're off. That's all I'm trying to get to.
I got to kind of agree with Bo on that too, from my point of view.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting here is I would just like to see us take the time to focus and bring everything together into a vision and then move forward. And that's where I'm headed with this. And I think that if we can put a pause and give our planning commission and all them some a vision to work on, this would be good. And then when they start going up and having these discussions on zoning, hopefully the land use plan can define this is what a zone should look like and stay. And then when a developer comes in and wants to develop land and they want to increase the density on that, well, we've already had those discussions. And that's not part of our land use plan. And so they know that right up front when they start to have those discussions. And it would take quite an act to change that if we're all focused on this wonderful plan, you know? What are we going to do with our city?
Because, you know, I can get more around the idea of a pause if it's waiting for capital improvement plan, transportation master plan, water and sewer plan. Now I can get my head around putting a pause.
Well, and those are
because
identified in there, you know, to a point, you know, and
yeah, and make sure that so if we make sure that those are aligned with our current vision that was set 23 years ago, because I don't know, I mean, I think a lot of residents that live here would like to honor a lot of the things that were in that plan. Unless there's specific things in the general plan that we disagree with, I don't know that there are many. Where I think we misalign, like I said, is that the land use plan isn't so much aligning with that document. We've strayed in our execution of the items that feed the guiding principles of what we want this city to be. Does that make sense? That's kind of where my head's at. So it's more the feeding documents, then I could get on board. Because like the capital improvement, how do we make decisions? It's reckless to approve and modify zoning when we are not sure that we're going to be able to have the infrastructure to take care of it.
correct.
So that's a capital improvement plan adjustment that needs to be made, you know, so.
Which feeds the general plan, yeah.
Yeah, so I can get on
We're
that.
talking the same thing.
I think we are. Other than, I just don't want to tie, because this ordinance is referencing an update to the general plan.
Well, scroll down a little bit further on it. Keep going. Keep going. A comprehensive an update of general facilities plan elements. So see in here, this is where a lot of that, and we could even add that in there, you know, but we need to make sure that these pieces are included in that general plan. And so this is where we would go in and make sure that our road plan and our capital asset plan and all that, make sure that they're all, God, you just want them all to be focused on this one vision.
Yep.
It could be.
Is there any concern?
What?
Is there concern from the body that 6 months is too long, or it can be extended twice? Is there fear there, Bo, that's causing you a little bit of pause as well? Is that something that we ought to talk about?
I mean, no, it's more the cost, spending $100,000 to have a general plan updated.
Yeah.
When it's a very theoretical document, but if it's these ancillaries, then I completely agree with that. I mean,
What's driving that cost? Is it lawyer fees? Brett, do you know?
That's the quote that we looked into the cost of putting together a general plan, and that's what we were quoted, anywhere from $100,000 to $120,000, depending on how in-depth we want to be. If we want to just update the current plan, it'd be less. More involvement clearly would be more. Just the cost of doing this kind of work, that's the quote that we were given. So that's what we have to go on right now.
And I think if we work with our public and we get them involved, we've got a lot of experts in this community. They can come through and we can really develop a nice plan and then have it all ready to take to an entity like this, and it would drastically reduce the amount of time they're spending on it.
Just having public alignment alone is worth the investment, right? I think that's really important. But it's a cost.
I think part of their fee includes all the public involvement,
The surveys.
I believe so. That wouldn't be us doing it, it would be the company we hire. I just said that would be the company doing that, not us, the public involvement. That would be part of their fee as I understand it.
And we don't know a timeline on what it takes to get those done.
We haven't been given that information yet.
Wouldn't
I
that
guess it'd
context be
6 months
relevant?
or more.
9 months.
Yeah.
9 months?
6
Oh,
to 9.
okay.
At least 6 months.
Remember,
Do you
this,
feel that context is critical? Knowing how long it would take before freezing all zoning changes?
I guess,
I just hope that's not what's driving it. I think we need it, but I hope it's, all the input isn't just to freeze particular area. Not
Well,
that we don't do it, but you know what not on your part, I'm just saying the whole,
Blair, this does not freeze that area up there. It doesn't, because that's already applied for. We can't touch that. So this has nothing to do with
I think
any
a
zoning going on
good
right
plan
now.
would be good. I just worry that has liberty went later. I don't know. And I guess you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
And I guess the question I have, we have several businesses that are looking at relocating in this area. Would that hinder the progress of those businesses looking to come in?
I wouldn't think so. I think we're already zoned for them, right?
What would happen in annexation
Well, I'm
scenarios?
thinking, even things like,
Any zoning.
even things like the inland port, and we just had a presentation on that. I'm just asking,
Yeah,
so
they're-
we know where we're standing.
Well,
they're not
zoning
part of the
happens
city,
on
so-
annexation,
So the
right?
annexation, that could delay that inland port progress.
Well, but if something's annexed in, I didn't look at that in this. I did read it in depth, but I didn't look at the annexation. Does it?
It doesn't state
Doesn't address
annexation.
it?
You could add it if you want, but it doesn't state anything to do with annexation.
have
So what
anything-
happens with
Where's
this
Jeff at?
particular document, if we wanted to annex the inland port, we would go do that. And then we would zone it appropriately, because this doesn't touch anything. But then once that zone is set, you don't change it. Yeah, it's set.
Okay,
And so that's what this document does, is freeze that zoning.
Yeah.
I think you answered a lot of questions with that. Thank you. Okay, let's see, do you have anything else on that, Brett?
No,
Good.
unless you guys have more questions.
Let's move on just a little bit, and we did make one little change. Under the reports and comments, we're just going to have that to be the council reports. We wanted to have our directors send out a monthly update to the council so that you know what's going on, but we don't need to, maybe having it here at the council meetings, sometimes our council meetings start to get a little long and that kind of thing. So we're going to try it this way for a little while and see how it works. So the directors, they'll be sending us, mayor and council members, updates once a month on that. So, one major, I forgot. We are appointing a new Tremont and Justice Court judge this evening. Dustin Erickson, who has been our prosecuting attorney for many years, he was made the Box Elder County Justice Court judge, and tonight we'll, if that's what the council agrees to do, we'll appoint him to be our Tremont City Justice Court judge. So that's we're excited about that. And I think that's all I have, unless council, if you've got any other comments, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll start at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we'd like to welcome everybody out to our council policy session, city council policy session this evening. We're just a minute or two late, but we're going to go ahead and get started. I've asked Councilmember Rhodey if he would give us a prayer, and then I'll offer the pledge, and we'll go to that point.
Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this opportunity to meet tonight. We're thankful for the opportunity we have to serve and to represent the many constituents of our great city. We ask that we can have a great meeting tonight, that we can treat each other with dignity and respect. We ask that special blessing to be upon our safety officers, upon our police, and especially upon our country. Help us as we're mending and trying to come together and answer questions. And we know it's through thee that we'll receive these answers, and we do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Will the audience rise, please? And repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll just quickly, we have several people here that aren't here regularly, so I'm just going to go through and just kind of introduce everybody so you know who we are. Over to my left, over here is our interim city manager, Lindsay Nesson. And then we have Brandon Vonk, who is tuning in over Zoom, and Bo Lewis, Blair Westergaard, myself, Lyle Holmgren, Brett Rhodey, Wes is also tuning in online. And then we have Cynthia Nelson, who is our recorder. And Chief Cordova is out in the foyer, I believe. I think Chief Jaro is here. I can't remember. I didn't see him, but he may be. And we have a special guest with us this evening, Linda Bourne, Mayor Linda Bourne from Garland. We're grateful that you're here with us this evening, Linda. Let's see, then we have some special guests also. We have Lynette Sorensen, Mike Allred, who's out there with Azula, and I was looking for Brittany. I didn't see Brittany here. Maybe she's out in the foyer. But anyway, we're grateful that you're here with us this evening. Okay, council, we have, are there any conflicts of interest with the agenda that we have here tonight, council?
No.
Hearing none, we'll go ahead and approve the agenda. And I remind you with the one change.
I make a motion to approve the agenda but excluding item C.
Okay,
Won't be doing that tonight.
okay. Motion by Blair, do I have a second? Seconded by
I'll
Brett?
second it. Whoa.
Seconded by Brett, and also by Wes. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Okay. Approval of the minutes from August 26th, 2025. A motion to, is there any questions or anything with the minutes?
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from August 26, 2025.
Motion by Bo Lewis, Councilmember Bo Lewis. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Brett Rhodey. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Okay, very good. We have a Years of Service Award this evening for Officer Jaden Hazard. Sergeant Jason Hazard, I apologize. This will be a 5-year recognition, and I don't know if, okay, there, you're going to do that?
Come on up, dude. He loves to be in the spotlight, so I didn't want to cheat him. So Jaden has pretty much been a rising star in our organization. He's been here for the last 5 years, obviously.
Couple things about him. He's lived in Tremont for how many years? For 5 years. His wife and him have been married for 8 years. They have 3 beautiful kids right there and his wife. They enjoy camping, riding horses, and hiking. In our department, he's done a lot of great things. He's worked in patrol as an officer, SWAT operator. He was a strike force agent, training coordinator, firearm instructor, and now patrol sergeant. Jaden is amazing. We're lucky to have him, and I'm happy to be here. He's got a lot of cool stuff here. I'm not going to read it all because I saw the agenda, and I just want to be respectful. One thing I am going to read, though, because I'm a nerd, is his favorite quote. Some believe it is only great power that can hold evil in check, but that is not what I have found. It is the small everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. And that was Gandalf of Lord of the Rings, so super cool. But Jaden, thanks for all you do, man. We greatly appreciate you. Is there anything you want to say to the council?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Thanks, Jaden. All right, we have kind of a special honor that we wanted to move on to tonight. Before we do that, there's a little video clip I wanted to play, and that'll kind of introduce us to the rest of this.
Bottom left. Yep.
Folks wave as they walk past, where neighbors look out for each other, and where life feels far from the noise and the chaos of other parts of the country. But on Sunday, August 17th, that peace was shattered. Sergeant Lee Sorensen and Officer Eric Estrada, 2 devoted public servants, responded to a domestic disturbance call. In the line of duty, both were shot and killed while protecting their community. Their loss has left a hole, not just in the families, but in Tremont and across Utah. Earlier today, we laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier in their honor. It was a humbling reminder that sacrifice, whether on foreign battlefields or the quiet streets of our towns, is what preserves our freedom. We all know policing is never easy. Officers step into the unknown, often with seconds or less, to decide between life and death. Domestic calls are among the most dangerous. That night in Tremont, Lee and Eric faced lethal fire. Yet their courage saved lives. Sergeant Sorensen and Officer Estrada will not be forgotten. Their service, their laughter, their sacrifice live on in us. May we honor them not only with our words, but with action, of their examples.
As was mentioned earlier, we have Lynette Sorensen with us. this evening, and we have Mike Allred, Deputy Mike Allred, and Azula, his service dog. And I also want to recognize Brittany Estrada. I don't think she's here with us this evening, but we still want to recognize her. I have a proclamation that we want to share with the community, and I'll go ahead and get this going. A proclamation from the city of Tremonton, Utah, honoring the sacrifice and bravery of Sergeant Lee Sorensen, Officer Eric Estrada, Sheriff's Deputy Mike Allred, and K-9 Azula, and recognizing the ongoing fight against domestic violence. Whereas the city of Tremont and its citizens are grieving the tragic loss of Sergeant Lee Sorensen and Officer Eric Estrada of the Tremont and Garland Police Department, and the wounding of Box Elder County Sheriff's Deputy Mike Allred and K-9 Officer Azula in the line of duty, and whereas these officers and K-9 Azula served with honor and courage and selfless dedication, standing as guardians of peace and protectors of our community, and whereas Sergeant Sorensen, Officer Estrada, Deputy Allred, and K-9 Azula exemplified the highest ideals of public safety and law enforcement, responding with bravery in the face of grave danger, and whereas the families, loved ones, and colleagues of these heroes carry the deep sorrow of their sacrifice, but also enduring legacy of their service, commitment, and love for the community they protected, and whereas this tragedy arose from the terrible reality of domestic violence, a crisis that devastates lives, tears families apart, and far too often places victims and first responders at risk. And whereas the city of Tremont recognizes the urgent need to raise awareness of domestic violence, provide support to survivors, and work tirelessly with law enforcement and community partners to prevent future tragedies. Now therefore, I, Lyle Holmgren, Mayor of Tremont City, together with Tremont City Council, do hereby proclaim that Sergeant Lee Sorensen, Officer Eric Estrada, Deputy Mike Allred, and K-9 Azula are recognized, honored, and remembered for their bravery and sacrifice in the line of duty. Number two, that the city of Tremont extends its deepest condolences and unwavering support to their families, fellow officers, and those who grieve their loss. And number three, that the city of Tremont reaffirms its commitment to combating domestic violence by supporting survivors, raising awareness, and working in unity to build a safer community for us all. I appreciate the families being here with us tonight, and reaffirm that our commitment to our appreciation to these families, and also our commitment to combat domestic violence in our community. So with that, I guess council would just, I'd like to get some sort of a motion that we proclaim, make this proclamation for the families. And it would just a motion.
I absolutely motion that we honor them with this proclamation.
I second it.
Support it.
Motion by Bo and seconded by Brett and Blair. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Okay. Can we have Lynette and Mike, are you, and Azula, we need Azula in here. Why don't you bring Mike and Azula and Lynette? Lynette, could you just stand? So.
proclamation. Right up.
I'm not going to take his hat.
You want to stand there? I'll get your picture.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on here. We have a couple of presentations. One on water usage. Let me bring that one up. So there's been a lot of questions in our community about water, and these are valid questions. And I wanted to try to sort of give a little history and maybe some assurances that our water supply is good. Go ahead, change it. Okay, so what got this all started, and Brett remembers this. He was on the council back in 2018, and we had a week where during that week, if you look at the graph, the chart, I'll just try to explain it to you. The bottom line is secondary water, the blue line is culinary, and the green line is just a combination of the two. So if you just kind of pay attention to the blue line, and then the hashed line on the top, the red hashed line is our capacity, the city's capacity, and the bottom line is kind of where our baseline is more or less what that is. And so what we have here in 2018 is we had about a week or maybe 2 weeks, week and a half or 2 weeks, where our water supply actually exceeded our capacity. And the reason why we didn't run out of water during those couple of weeks was because of our storage capacity and everything. But we did run over our capacity for a week and a half or so. And we were told by the city engineer that you need to fix this or we're going to have to, things will have to change and we won't be able to, we won't be able to go any further. Okay, go ahead. So so at that time, I remember those discussions back in the day, and I think Brett probably does too, where we had to make some serious decision as to what we're going to do as far as our water supply and everything. And so one of the things we looked at was that Tremont has compared to a lot of other communities around here where we actually are surrounded with, we have canals that run through our city and around our city, and so that's one of the advantages we had. So what we decided as a council was we were going to seriously develop a secondary water system in our city, and we wanted this system to be citywide. Okay, go ahead. And so in the process of all of this, we were able to go out and we were able to secure some grant funding actually, the 4.5 also includes some culinary use, but we were able to secure about 4.5 million in secondary, in grant funding, plus we also bonded, did a citywide bond and to get money for secondary water infrastructure. And this, really what this has done is it's protected the city's culinary use and also provided space for us to look at additional commercial businesses and households coming into the area, okay? And one of the things we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure as we were moving along here that we were good neighbors with the canal company, and also we wanted to make sure that we're good neighbors with farmers, because they rely on the canal system too. And if you understand how farming works, how the irrigation system works, farmers receive a turn based on how many shares of water they have once a week. And, and so the residents don't work on a turn sort of a thing. They can turn the water on any time. So what we had to do is we had to develop a what's called an equalization basin. Okay, go ahead. And these equalization basins, what they basically do is make sure that the farmers downstream, that their water isn't hindered by the use of secondary water. So they fill up during the daytime when typically households are not watering with secondary water, and then release water into the canal system when secondary demand is high, and then they just release that water back into the canal system, equalizing the flow of the water downstream. Okay? And so another thing we looked at doing is we're developing what's called an aquifer storage and recovery system, an ASR. And really all this is a way for us to capture our spring water. We have a good supply of spring water over on the Deweyville Mountain, and it flows year-round. The demand is really high in the summertime, and the whole idea of the aquifer, the ASR system, is to capture that water in the wintertime when demand is low, put it up into a city-owned aquifer, and then recover that water later in the year, in summertime when demand for culinary water is high. Okay? And so anyway, those are the kind of the things that we got going and we're developing. And so in 2022, you can see here that the blue line, there's plenty of capacity between the blue line and the red hashed line. And so as time goes on, and we're going to go on to the next one. And so in 2024, this really started to take effect. We really started to building ourselves some capacity. And the reason why is because more and more people are utilizing secondary water. And, okay, go ahead. And then this is this year. So we have the data through September. And you can kind of see that our secondary water usage is continuing to go up. And anyway, I think this was a great decision by the council back in the day to move forward to this direction. And I think as a result, we're ensured ourselves capacity for some time to come. Go ahead. Okay. And so here are the impacts. So we have this year, the shaded in area is our culinary water use from 2024. And then the line is our secondary water, our culinary plus secondary water use, so the combination of the two. The area in between, the white area, is the savings, okay? So because of the secondary water, Tremont saved almost 200 million gallons of culinary water in 2024. So I feel like that's a pretty good impact, and we're well on our way for this year. We don't quite have all the data collected yet, but we're well on our way to at least that much again this year. So I just wanted to give that report on our secondary water system and where we're at.
Mayor?
Yeah.
May I, you're 2 slides back. I think that was, I think that was a real good graphic because it showed the red line, yeah, that one, right? And it's important that people know that that purple line is if we didn't have secondary, that's where we would have been.
We
And
would,
so,
yeah.
because of secondary, we never ever got close to that red line, which was, it wa- yeah.
Yeah, that's the line.
So everything above the red line, had we not come in and put secondary, then we would have been in trouble during that time. And so
Exactly right.
the blue is as high as we ever got. And so I think that it's a good graph.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's see, let me go back over here. I just wanted to give that little update so that I had lots of questions about water supply, so. All righty, let's see, the wellness garden. Linda? There we are.
This is Joyce Seaver, who is actually the head of this.
Okay,
I just dropped in to put us on the agenda.
thanks for coming, you guys.
You're welcome. I am Doreen Stever with the Northern Box Elder County Suicide Prevention Coalition. And thank you for giving us a few minutes. I'd like to just remind everybody that September is the National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And this is vital because it helps us address the serious public health crisis by raising awareness, fighting stigma, educating the public on warning signs, and providing hope to those in need. It provides a dedicated time for organizations, communities, and individuals to unite and focus on suicide prevention efforts. Mental health issues like suicide thoughts often carry a heavy stigma, which can make people feel ashamed, isolated, and less likely to seek help. Awareness campaigns promote open and honest communications about mental health and suicide, helping to create a safer, more supportive environment. By talking about the realities of suicide, the month helps normalize conversations by making it easier for people to share their struggles without fear of judgment. Our coalition, which it's been going about 15 years now, one of our main objectives back in the time was to let people know it's okay to ask for help. And as you know, we live in a wonderful community, but we have very limited mental health resources. We have our Bear River Health Department, which is wonderful. They do a little bit in help talking about prevention, and they work great with the court systems. We also have Bear River Mental Health, again, a fantastic organization, but they work with a certain clientele. And as most of you know, we don't have a lot of mental health professionals for people to go. When we have somebody approach us about they're struggling with a family member, they're worried about this or that, the one thing that we tell them is to go to their family or their primary care physician. And they do, and they go in, talk a little bit, and usually they're always referred to, please go talk with somebody, go get in to see somebody. So they go home, they start looking for where to go. Well, there's not anybody in our area, so they look to Ogden, they look to Salt Lake, they look maybe to Logan, sometimes farther. And when they do reach somebody, they are told, well, you're talking 4 to 6 months before we can actually get you in. And that is so frustrating for families. So that's kind of where our coalition came up with the Community Oasis Wellness Garden. Green spaces are vital for mental health because they provide psychological restoration by reducing stress hormones like cortisol and increasing happiness-inducing neurotransmitters. Access to nature also boosts cognitive functions, promotes physical activity, provides opportunities for social interaction and community connection, and it helps regulate sleep cycles through exposure of natural light. Regular exposure to green spaces is linked to lower rates of depression, anxiety, and other psychiatric disorders, and contributes to the overall happiness and well-being. And so that's why we feel like this is so important for us to ask for your support in our garden. And the garden, though it's located in Garland, is for the entire community. Over the last couple weeks, we have noticed more people walking our figure 8 path. And you can figure out why very easily. And so we want you to, again, support it in volunteering or in money, or just support by spreading the word how important this green space is. And though it looks a little rough right now, in a couple years, it really is going to be great. So what I'd kind of like to leave everybody with is, number one, it's okay to take some time for yourself, especially with what our community's gone through. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to talk to someone that you're worried about. And it's okay to talk about suicide. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's move on to our public comments period. This is an opportunity to address the city council regarding your concerns or ideas that are relevant or germane to municipal business. And we're asking you to keep your comments to under 3 minutes, 3 minutes or less. The time is now yours.
Right, 3 minutes. I've got a list. Hopefully you guys can listen fast too.
Okay.
Okay, so the survey thing.
Oh, yeah, can you give us your name, please?
Sure. Leah Heisey. So Engaged Tremonton is kind of like an idea, or you can put on the website and have a question a week, like a survey, things that you guys are considering, pondering, and just get public's idea. Doesn't take much time, and people can become aware of it by library postings, things like that, or on the utility bills. Hey, go to the website. Super easy. Next one. Your great vision is awesome. I kind of think you already have a taste bud of it, though, in your theme with the murals. And just like, a love of the arts. Like, are we thinking about a come to Tremonton to celebrate the arts festival, or of course, you have an art walk already, which is awesome, and sidewalk contests are really cute for children in the summer, and that is just a great vision there. And will there be just golly, everything, sculptures in the park, contests, and last thing, promise, yay, I'm doing good, is the idea of a big, grander vision for the community with the urban planning developments. Go to the colleges, have a contest. I mean, if you want to do it for free, there's no reason not to have a competitive contest. The professors there could say, hey, in the Urban School of Development and Planning, but the best students' presentation from 3 different colleges will come together, and the best school will win, and you get a little award. I mean, that's a way to lower the price and get some. I mean, these kids need experience. They'll dive into it, and you could probably even do it by the end of the semester. So that's it.
Good ideas.
You did great, by the way.
My name is Jonathan Gardner. I live in Beckham's Edge subdivision, which is immediately west adjacent to the Harwood zone. I am here to speak tonight in opposition to the siting of an inland port or heavy industrial development immediately next to our subdivision. In stark contrast to the Golden Spike people who were here earlier today, those of us who are most affected by this port in the adjoining subdivision are not excited about the prospect of having a port in our backyard, as I assume you guys would not be excited about if it were in your backyard. I want to stress both the risks as well as a potential constructive solution. First, the risks to our community. Locating an inland port beside an established neighborhood would cause, first, health harms from diesel truck emissions, noise, dust, and light pollution that directly affect our children and families. Next, it would cause traffic and safety issues on already stressed roads with heavy trucks mixing with local traffic. It will cause property value decline as industrial operations reduce the quality of life and was now a safe rural residential community. And lastly, it will cause a loss of character. We moved here for clean air, quiet streets, and open space, and not to live by a 24-hour freight hub. So a constructive solution would be to use overlay zoning as a tool for protection. Overlay districts are a proven land use tool used throughout Utah as well as Idaho and surrounding states to buffer residential areas from industrial activity. For example, Salt Lake City created the Inland Port Overlay District with additional restrictions to control how industrial uses develop. Eagle Mountain uses an industrial overlay zone to restrict setbacks, permitted zones, protections when industry and near neighborhoods. Tremont can use the same tool. An industrial overlay zone could require a minimum buffer distance of 500 to 1,000 feet, I would say 1,000 feet at least, between heavy industrial uses and any residential property, restrict hours of operation, including truck idling and noise levels near neighborhoods, mandate landscaping, sound walls, and lighting controls to reduce impact on residents, and channel the highest impact activities to reduce elsewhere towards existing railway corridors and away from subdivisions. So as on a path forward, I urge the council to reject any inland port zoning directly adjacent to residential areas, direct staff to draft an overlay district that buffers homes, schools, and farms from heavy industrial development, and hold public meetings so that Tremont residents can help shape these protections. Council members, you have the authority to decide whether Tremont becomes a city where families can thrive or where industry is allowed to overwhelm neighborhoods. Overlay zoning gives you a way to guide growth responsibly, supporting economic development while protecting the health, safety, and property values of your citizens. Please let us grow wisely and keep the inland port away from our homes. Once you industrialize Tremont, you lose the character of our great community, and there's no going back. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
1 second.
Just a little bit of Christy Boca, a little bit of background on the Tribute in Arlington. A resident from Tremont, Ryan Griffiths, is the one that reached out to Senator Curtis and asked him if he could do this. And so I wanted him to have some
No, it
credit
was
on
me.
that.
It was me.
Was it you?
Mhm.
Huh, Ryan told me it was him. So I
Well,
kinda believe him.
okay, Ryan brought up the idea. He was the one that presented the
Had
idea.
Okay, I attended the planning commission meeting this week. I left very disheartened. Some unprofessional and disrespectful comments were made. Resident handed out a packet that she put together, spent a lot of time doing it, survey, pictures, and all kinds of things. Not one person on the planning commission give it even a half of a second knowledge. One person on the planning commission shoved it off to the side and said, I've already made my decision, I don't need to look at that. Another person on the planning commission made the comment, he said, it's all your fault, as in referring to the residents on Radio Hill. That was disrespectful and rude. They are there to make educated decisions based on facts and not use their personal feelings or their personal agenda, which they did. So I reached out to, because I read the agenda for today, I reached out to Ombudsman Group again. And I asked them some questions about land use, future land use. And one of the first questions I was asked is what is your general land use plan? And I says, it's not there. I says, it's 2022, 2021, 2002. And he says, that needs to be changed right now. That is what drives your land use. Without it, you don't have a plan. He says, take it serious and do it. I says, so they're not even really following the land use. I says, Tremont, he says, is like a broken puzzle. I want to put a development here, so I'm going to. I want to put a development here, so I'm going to. He says it needs to be taken serious. You need to pause and really take into consideration what needs to be done in Tremont. Then I also received a very disturbing phone call from some residents about annexation. When the land grabbing is troubling. They had no idea this was coming. It was a shock to them. I met with several residents last night, and I was very, very troubled by this. So I would really like to encourage you to put your differences aside and fix the general land use map. Then get moving with other things. It's not going to hurt to pause. We all sit in a meeting, I've got to hurry. Tuesday night, we don't have enough money to even fund the police department, and without them, we are all in trouble.
I'm Vioma Anderson. Yes, I live in Tremonton. I have several concerns, but based on 3 minutes, I don't have time for them all. So I'm going to start with Halloween. You guys are so awesome that you help support a Halloween trick-or-treat on Main Street for our kids. What if we did like we do for the fair and close Main Street so the kids can safely walk up and down it for that? We close it from, I would say Big O because that's what it was. So we close it from the railroad tracks north or whatever, or east or whatever, so that they can be safe for the parade. Why can't we do that for the trick or treat for the kids? Because I'm sorry, it's not adults that are doing it. They're little people and they don't watch for cars. Second, over by North Park Park, I don't know how many of you are aware, on the south side of the basketball area, picnic table area, there is a bunch of garbage, straight up garbage, rebar, slides, cement, that is from parks their equipment being ripped out and put somewhere, so they store it there. I have talked to 3 different council people. They all said they were gonna get right on it, they were gonna do something about it, it's been brought. Then they got elected out, and then somebody else they got elected out. Well, I brought it to someone else, and they told me they'd get right on cleaning up that mess. My daughter still lives there. Right behind her house is this dangerous mess that children play on every time they do the baseball games. And what I see is, I don't want to be participant in a city where we are being sued because someone's child got killed on your rebar trash. Clean up your mess.
You say this is the north side of North Park Park?
It's the south side of the North Park
South-
Park by the basketball. Yeah, and it looks like a big ramp, a jump. Kids are like, because if they've poured dirt over part of it. But if you walk up there, it's rebar and metal sticking up in cement for them to play on.
Is Greg, will you take care of that?
Just one more person.
Excuse me. My name is Lane Wilding, and I am not part of Tremonton City yet. I happen to live in Box Elder County on Radio Hill on Harley Drive. And the reason I'm here is attached to this document at the last page is a letter that I received this last week relative to our being annexed into the city. And I was quite caught by surprise and have done a little research in the last 24 hours to maybe help me understand a little better. That first page are some of the documents that I have found relative to what and where we can find information about the annexation plan. It needs to be signed by the property owners who are going to be annexed. I have not been asked about that. The city council must notify us in writing relative to that annexation. I've not been notified in writing unless you consider that letter a part of that writing. To hook up for city services like water and sewer, it'll have to be paid out of my pocket to hook up into that. And this last one is the water rights. I will be forced to give up the water rights that I currently own, and who knows what will happen to my well. On the next page, I have a list of concerns that I am concerned about. The first one is, as been mentioned earlier, the city plan, the 2002 city plan. In that document, it says every 10 years that plan will undergo a comprehensive update. It's now been over 20 years. When are you going to update it? In that plan, also in that same paragraph, it talks about the planning and zoning hearings that will be outlined, or that should happen as zoning and as an annexation takes place. The map is item number 2 there. The map is for the long-term use. Looks like it's going to be for single-family homes, but however, we keep hearing rumors about other places on Radio Hill where things change and we don't get notified about density usage. I've not been asked to sign any documents. It appears, number 4, that if I get annexed, that I will have to give up my property or my water rights. I'm not really thrilled about that. Our home was built over 25 years ago. One of your main water lines runs through my property. The homeowner at the time asked to tie into that. They were denied and said, no, you cannot. So we're not excited about that. We had to drill a well. My septic system is working fine. I don't know how much my taxes will be increased. I currently have a Garland Garland post office address. Will I be changing to a Tremonton address? even though I'm technically now in Garland and have a Garland address. And the last item is, I'm still not sure that we'll have enough water to supply all the homes that are being planned to build on Radio Hill. If you look at your projections, you have 30,000 people. That's more than double what you currently have. And if you look at that water chart you just showed, Mayor, there ain't enough water to cover what you got planned. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thanks, Lane.
Know anything about that?
My name is Michelle Hare. I am a Box Elder County resident. I live on Harley Drive. I am here to read letters presented from two of my neighbors that could not be here tonight. This first one being from Tyler D. Thompson and Natalie Thompson. They own Golden Spike Electric, if you're not familiar with them. This is their quotes, and they wanted it to be put on record and for all of you to see as well. Tremont City Council, we live where we live for a reason. Many years of blood, sweat, and tears have gone into our home and our property. We moved out of the city limits to give our children the opportunity to help care for the land and the animals that graze it. We are not interested in your proposal annexation or your utilities. We feel it is a violation of our rights to try to take away our dreams and sanctuary that we call our home. We own our property, and we, along with our good neighbors, reject your proposal, and we will stay in the county. Signed, Tyler and Natalie Thompson. This next letter is from Laurie and Darwin Thompson, who are also residents that live on Harley Drive in Box Elder County. Their letter says, City Council, we received a letter from Jeff Seidel about possible annexation into Tremont City, which was a surprise to us. We have no interest in being annexed into Tremont City. We are very happy being part of the county, and we hope the City Council can respect that. We have a well and septic system that works great, that we are able to take care of and maintain ourselves as we have for the last 30 years. These big city developers are trying to turn our area into a huge city too fast without much planning and citizen involvement. When that happens, it only benefits the developers and no one else. Please vote to hold off on the rezoning and annexation until further studies have been completed, including funding, security, and medical impacts with citizen involvement. Thank you. Signed, Laurie Thompson and Darwin Thompson. I just want to echo what my neighbors have said. I also live on Harley Drive, just up the hill from both of these people. We do not want to be in Tremont City. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Purcell. Tonight I come to you to ask to put a moratorium on the rezoning and annexation. I have come to a number of meetings, and I also appreciate both the time and the effort that you are putting on behalf of the city. I also have some grave concerns. I have come to a number of meetings that the resounding public opinion is to slow down the growth of Tremonton. Last time I spoke in a city meeting, the city council voted against rezoning my area to R8. I thank you for listening to the voices of the community. Since that meeting, rezoning has come up a number of times and for a number of areas. The planning meetings I've gone to have seemed to be perfunctory at best before agreeing to rezone again and again. In fact, I've only seen them not approve a rezoning once, and they just delayed it. They didn't deny it. In the last planning meeting, Christine compiled a fairly comprehensive survey from a number of people in our area. It was not even read, much less considered in their decision-making. I know there are a lot of issues with planning and building that I can't understand, but that being said, our concerns were overlooked and not even addressed. Police and safety were not even discussed. I ask that if our general plan isn't worth being followed, can we take a break from rezoning until we can create something that is updated and has the best interest of where we want to be? At the city planning meeting, it was discussed the need for attainable housing. I ask you, how many of you live in a townhouse or a condo or a multifamily house and hope that to be your permanent residence? I've lived in them throughout my life. I'm so grateful for that option, but I'm afraid that as we increase this type of housing in Tremonton, it's going to become a stepping stone for many families. One thing I love about Tremont and this community, I welcome more neighbors. But ideally, I want the kind who are going to be invested in the city's future because it's their future too. I don't want to fill the town with people who are treating like our city like a rental and not like we're somewhere they want to stay. I don't think I'm the only one that feels this way. Please look at the city and its citizens. Please take a step back and take the time to find what the voice of the people who live here think. Let's come up with a plan that represents what we want our city to look like. That includes adequate basic needs, including police, EMTs, schools, sewer, and water facilities. I think we need a committee to help evaluate this. I did time this and it should be 2.5 minutes, so even though it's not going. To help evaluate this, comprised of different people other than those who have vested interest in just growing, despite the consequences. I love my neighbors, and I don't blame them for any of the issues we're having on the Hill, even though it was suggested by some of our planning committee that it's their fault. Instead, I blame developing at a rate we can't keep up with and without enough thought-out growth. I blame developers that didn't hold up their end of the deal and approving developments without doing our due diligence. Please help us to take a step back so that we can serve the best interests of our community. Please place a moratorium on rezoning and annexing at this time. Let's build right, not just fast.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Hi, I'm Laura Ware. Sorry, I'm carpool duty tonight. So I'm in and I'm out. So I grew up in Brigham City in a small town, and as a teenager, I vowed to never live in a small town again. However, when employment opportunities brought my husband and I back to northern Utah, we decided to live in Tremonton. I was a little wary at first, but I've lived here for over 17 years, and I really, truly love it. I love Tremonton. I value and I appreciate the sense of safety that I feel here, the green and the open spaces that are here, and most importantly, the community that I have found here. That's what I value the most. I know that growth in Tremonton is inevitable. I feel as the growth that we have experienced, we are close to, if not, we have already probably outgrown our current city plan. And with that growth, we have had piecemeal rezoning and annexations. Our current infrastructure is designed for a rural population. Without appropriate planning, I worry that our roads, our water systems, our schools, and our emergency services will not be able to keep up with the rapid growth. As I have listened to and attended city council meetings, I have also come to learn how rapid growth affects not only farmland, but also the quality of life of the residents that live here. I can only imagine the pressure that the city feels to grow and expand and provide affordable housing. I am not opposed to growth. I just want it to happen carefully in ways that fit our community values and without losing what makes Tremont so special. So I'm asking the city council to pause, to take a breath, to stop piecemeal rezoning and annexations and support and the creation of an updated land use plan and an updated master city plan. A thoughtful, updated city plan with a broader vision for the future would help prepare for sustainable growth while protecting our rural roots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara.
That's awesome.
I don't know how many of these letters you want to get. I'm Colton Hare. I'm Michelle's husband. Same letter sent out to Harley Drive. And I have a very interesting perspective on the whole development situation. My parents are actually developers down south in central Utah. And so I understand as well the need for growth and a city's need to expand and to be run as a business and be successful. It's important that the business is healthy and thriving and has funds to support the employees, just like a city is important to have healthy funds and housing for their citizens. But I think the most important thing that we have to remember is that it is the employees who actually run the business. Without them, the business would fail. And without the citizens of Tremont, Box Elder County, the surrounding area, the city will not be an enjoyable and successful place to live. I think that my biggest stance is that everyone's opinions need to be appreciated and asked for in these decisions when it comes to annexation.
I do not want to be annexed into the city. I like the freedom of the county that it provides. That's one of the reasons we live where we live, just as Tyler and Natalie Thompson said. And I just don't feel that my opinion or anyone's on our street was considered in this supposed annexation that was sent to us. And in my opinion, the letter started out very, yeah, like, you know, your opinion matters. And then it was kind of like, but it's going to happen anyways. So let us talk you through how that's going to work and how that's going to affect you. So I understand the reasoning and purpose behind the need for expansion. But I've been sitting here for 3 hours and heard you talk about the general use plan. 2002 is a long time ago. I mean, I was 9 years old. And the world has changed, not just here. The world has changed. It's a different place. We need to update. We need to continue to grow, or we will fail. And this country was built on the back of the people, and they need to be involved in that process. And I hope that we can continue to do that as we move forward and consider everyone's opinions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Colton.
Okay, my name is Christy Nepline. First, I just want to hand out this letter because this is from resident Lisa Christensen, and she emailed this and texted it to you. She just wants it on public record, so here's that. Next, this is what I emailed. These are my comments. I don't have many comments tonight. They're black and white. Sorry, I spent color on the other copies at the commission. Anyway, sorry, but I do want that on record and that's just the email that I sent you guys. You have the PDF that you can look at in your email for the color. The charts on the survey are in color, and so that does need to be seen in colors for you to be able to read the charts. So that's just the email that I sent you. So please, if you need it in colors, check your email. I will get the recorder's office a color copy. It's the results of the survey that I did. Tonight, very briefly, I just wanted to piggyback off of Officer Hassad's quote. It touched me tonight. He said, "I have found it is small things, everyday deeds of the ordinary folk that keeps the darkness at bay." This has been a hard time for my family personally over the last few weeks. The tragedies we've had in Tremont and the tragedies we've had in our country. I believe that in the presentation for our officers that have fallen, they said, Tremont is where neighbors look out for each other. And that is what we're doing. We're here. We're neighbors looking out for each other. And we're all saying the same thing. We're worried about growth. We're worried about multifamily housing. We're worried about that, and it's because we are worried that we're here. And this is what we're doing. I did want to show you, just as a matter of a visual, these are the surveys that I collected. I divided the whole neighborhood into zones, and I calculated which families to put them out. If you need, I can go out and knock doors and get every single person's voice. But these are the voices of your constituents that I've put together in a packet for you so that you can read and you can see what the neighbors of Tremont are saying. Please take them. That is what we're doing here. Rapid growth without following a plan is getting us worried, and we are looking out for each other. I loved being able to talk to my neighbors and see them and be able to reach out with them. But that's all that I have to say. I'm not very professional today. I'm really sorry, but I really appreciate your time. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you guys have put into what you're doing for us as citizens. Thank you so much.
Not very professional.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Poppleton, Tremont resident. I would just like to touch on some keynotes that others have discussed, but I think there's a few things that we just keep kicking down the road, discussion week after week after week. And it's, as school days have kicked off and kids are in high gear, I see kids walking to the bowling alley, no sidewalks. I see kids walking to McDonald's, no sidewalks. I now have kids on bicycles crossing the intersection at Crossroads. No crossing guard, no crosswalk, no lights, nothing to wave them on, traffic going all different directions. So when we're talking about safety and everything that is going on, I would personally just like to know, where are we at with developments that are already approved? Is the infrastructure for all of those to connect the lines from A to B already done, paid for? Is that gonna fall on taxpayers? Is it possible for all of those safety measures to be done ahead of time while we're working on some of these things? And my last thought is it possible to have put on the agenda a presentation or something for the public to know exactly how many subdivisions or how many developments have been approved, where they're going, so the residents can have an overall huge picture of what our city will look like when all of these developments and subdivisions are done? Because right now, we don't see addresses, we just see names. I don't know where they're at, I have no idea. You can look them up, you can try to find them, but like always, some information is difficult to find. I would just again like to say, if we could get that on an agenda, I would appreciate that as a presentation, but are we, the taxpayers, going to keep footing the bill for the developmental safety measurements while we try to connect the dots? I've heard at the last 2 meetings that I've watched that I've not been able to attend, I've heard truth in taxation. We've heard transportation bill, transportation fee. The residents are gonna get taxed to death to continue to pay for everything to connect these dots, in my opinion. Don't know the solution, but if we can come together and do it and figure it out, I would just like to not see any kids get hit at the Crossroads corner. I would like to not see any kids get hit at the bowling alley, pulling in and out of the grill. And I would like to be able to see some kids do something and get from point A to point B, but do it safely. Same thing on the hill, same thing with the developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm going to close the public comment period so we can move on with our, I think we've, unless there's something, yeah, come on up.
First of all, my name is Michelle Marno. You guys have a very hard job, and I appreciate the time that you put into your job. I know you don't get paid very much. It's just piddlings, but you're here because you care, and so do we. So I hope that, we hear a lot, will they, do they listen? Do they even listen to us? I believe you listen to us. And I hope that you'll listen to us with an open mind, not an already made-up mind, and you're listening like a teenager listens to you, and instead of listening when your teenager has a problem and you're listening to them. Hopefully, that's how you listen to us residents as we're bringing up our issues and our concerns. I think the proposal of the general use plan hold for just a few minutes so we can step back is an excellent idea. I've attended a lot of meetings recently. What comes up over and over is sustainable and affordable housing. And people come here and say, I want them to be able to. Well, I'm there. I have a daughter that we're trying to get up here. And we spent a lot of money and a water share and a lot of time making our house a subdivision so one of our kids could build there. But she can't afford to build there. It costs too much money to build, so she's looking for housing. So I've been looking for housing. And, multi-unit housing isn't the only way to have sustainable housing. I've been looking online and for housing for her, and I see a new townhome over in the area where they're building townhomes, $314,000. And then I see a cottage home that they actually get their own little piece of property, not very much, but it's 6,000 square feet, little yard, little fence. 300. One of the idea, you know what the word is. Anyways, $349,000 for one of the plans, 369 for another one, 389 for another one. There's other ways than putting 10 homes in a row attached to each other that are going to be in the 300,000s when you can have a small single. I asked my daughter, would you rather pay a lower amount and be attached to 6 homes? Or would you rather have a tiny yard, but it's your yard with a fence around it? That's the one she picks. And so let's think outside the box. There's other things, and I have a million other things that I'll say next time. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Hi, my name is Bruce Jepson, and I want to say thanks for you guys. You got a tough job. I understand that. And my parents moved here in 1960 up on the hill. We're on the very end. We're not Holly Drive. We're 7200. Holly Drive is a little later, so we're still on 7200 Drive. We grew up on the hill, so you shoot guns out your back door, and you just be a kid, you know. So I like that so much. So I built a house next door to my parents, and I'll build a log house and kind of an old country boy. And I just like we got it good there. We're close to Tremont, you know. We have our own septic, and our water tastes a lot better than Tremont water by far. We're on a well. And I got the letter. I talked to Jeff, and I called, and he actually called me back. I want him to say thanks. I don't know who Jeff is. I talked to him on the phone, but I want to say thanks for calling back. And I talked to him the same thing. He said he'd come from Idaho, and he kind of drew up the same way. So I got the letter, and you know, I didn't really. A lot of times you get mail, and I just look at kind of, this is something junk, but it said Tremont, and I thought maybe it was for my drag night coming up for next year. But anyway, I want to say thanks to you guys. But I'm glad you're listening to us and everything. I'm just concerned about that too. I can't talk like Lane and them do. They do great. And Michelle, she's so sharp at it. I'm just an old country boy that says, you know, I just like it how it is, and I don't see any really benefit to be in the city. You know, that's so. But thanks for your time. I don't take too much, but thanks for guys what you're doing though. Okay, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. My name's Kelly Harris. I'm a lifelong resident of the Valley. I was born in Tremont. I've lived here all my life. I'm a homeowner. I'm a business owner. The people of Tremont have been very, very good to me, and I love this community. I want to have Tremont. I'd like to see Tremont be a vibrant community. Fiscally responsible community with enough money at the end of the month to pay the bills. And I appreciate you guys. I appreciate, and I want to say thank you for the time you're spending with this, because it's remarkable. And it's kind of a thankless job. I can see that in so many ways. But you're community-minded and you care, and that's why you're doing it. And I have no doubts about that. So I want to say that big thank you to you. But you know, I hear this talk about moratoriums and so forth, and I know how that affects businesses. I wonder, how is that going to affect the city? Where's the revenue going to come from? I mean, I know that if you're going to build a new fourplex right now, a building permit for that fourplex is $60,000. That's $15,000 a door. That's go over and look at Archibald Estates over there at the development that's built there, and start counting doors and think of the amount of revenue that's come to the city. What's that going to be replaced with if we have a moratorium? And after this moratorium, so to speak, is over, then there's going to be an inrush, and how's that going to be handled? I don't see anything wrong with having well-planned development. It seems to me like the city has hired very professional, capable people as city planners and so forth. Listen to them. They have the best interest of the city at heart. They know how to make the ends meet, and that's the problem. Your job as being on city council is kind of like being the parent of a family. Sometimes the kids just don't want to hear what you have to say. But nevertheless, you've got to be the one that makes the decisions because you have to make the ends meet at the end of the day. And, I appreciate the folks, their feelings about wanting Tremonton to stay a small hometown type community. But you look around the valley and you see Bothwell, you see Thatcher, you see Bear River City, you see Plymouth. You see Collingston, you see Deweyville. All of this growth is coming around us, and we're not going to stop it. And we're not going to stop it by trying to board up Tremonton and have a big moratorium against building. We want to be responsible, and we want the building to be conscientious of the neighbors and so forth. But the reality is what happened and what worked 10 years ago doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work in our economy. I can think back not too many years. Am I out of time? I just want to say that I'm pro growth. I want to see Tremonton grow and prosper.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Okay, I think, okay, one more.
I'm Molly Teasdale. I've been here for a few years now, and I've only been to 3 meetings. And I've heard the same repetitive broken record from all of my neighbors, including myself. I think it appears to me that there's not a set plan in place that will work. And part of our issue is we don't trust the committee to show that plan. We haven't seen any kind of proof of any this is gonna work, this is gonna help infrastructure. All the questions that were supposed to be asked at the last meeting didn't get asked. Nobody from the committee asked any of those questions. How are you gonna police? Who's gonna put the fires out? Who's gonna teach the kids? Where are they gonna go to school? You're gonna put all these extra people in. They're all probably gonna have 5 kids. It's Utah. So who's gonna teach the kids? I saw something earlier today about one of the high schools and how good is this high school? And then the comment on that was just like, oh, my kids are out of control at that school. They're marked as not attending because the teachers can't, there's too much going on. I'm asking that you slow it down. I didn't move here out of the town to come back to a big town again. I like the small town, love it. I like to see the stars at night. You don't get that out there, and you certainly won't have that if you're gonna build, 600 houses up on a hill. Buy stars, that's it for them. As far as the water goes, there's already people apparently that can't even take a shower and wash their clothes at the same time. So I don't know where the equilibrium is. So we would like to see something that we can trust, not just something that's an idea that, my friend Christine put a lot of work into those packets, and it was hotter than hell that day passing those surveys out. So please take the time to look it over. Show us the respect. We show you the respect. And pass that on to your planning committee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Marisha Menlove, and I am pro-planned growth. Without planned growth, the cost of running the city is going to fall back on the people that are already here. Developments can help pay for infrastructure, housing, and amenities like parks and trails, things that our residents really want and our children need. Careful planning is about building smarter so families can stay here, they can thrive here, and we can keep our small town character alive. My big question is, if we freeze development, how will our budget balance without the revenue from development? And how will that affect our citizens that are currently struggling to pay the property taxes that we're already paying? Thank you.
Thanks, Marisha. Okay, I'm going to close the comment period, and we want to sincerely appreciate everybody. I tried to keep track and take notes, and I really appreciate everybody that's commented this evening. All right, we'll move on to our new council business. First on the agenda is item A, discussion and consideration of approving resolution number 25-47, amending section 11, purchasing policy and contracts of the city's personnel policies and procedures manual. We went through this, so what we're going to do, we did go through the agenda earlier this evening, but we'll briefly address each one of them and then take any comments from the council that you might have. Lindsay, do you have anything to add to that? I think the only three things that we're making changes to is a stamp signature, allowing for a stamp signature.
Payroll.
No, yeah. And, okay, so those things right there. Council, do you have any questions on any of that?
I make a motion, we approve resolution 25-47, amending.
Well, second it.
Motion by Blair and seconded by Wes. Let's see, we'll start over here with Bo.
Yes.
Bo, yes. Slip over to Brandon real quick.
Yes, that's a yes for Brandon.
Okay.
Blair, yes.
Brett, yes.
Yes, yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Discussion and consideration of approving resolution number 25-48, creating a new water supply use type and reaffirming, amending, and enacting new fees and fines in a schedule that entitled the Tremont City Consolidated Fees and Fines Schedule, including collection fees. And again, I emphasize, we've gone through these in our workshop, so we'll just kind of move along here. Carl, do you want to add, just so the public understands what we're doing?
So currently we have an unmetered hydrant connection where contractors and others come fill. We want to solve some problems related with that, including access, the discrepancy between, free water and the residents that are paying for the water, and that it's unmetered. So we are creating 2 fill stations, and that requires that we create a new water use type that we can sell. So we'll have 2 water fill stations. One will be culinary water, the other will be the irrigation water. And they'll be located in 2 different parts of the city, and water will then be available for this use type year-round. It's very popular. It'll bring in some revenue. It creates a small revenue stream, and allows them to still continue to use water for that use type while we monitor who's using it and the amount of water that they are allowed to use. And we limit them to 100,000 gallons a month. Typically, a water truck is typically what they're filling up is 4,000 gallons. So probably nobody's really going to use 100,000 gallons in a month, but that just allows us to be able to charge for that. And in some long-term construction projects and that kind of thing, they will use more water than that. And 100,000 gallons sounds like a lot, but it's also not. So we had to create this new water use type and a way to pay for it.
Questions? All right, Council. What's that?
Surprised we haven't done this yet.
Yeah.
Me too.
All right.
Well, we're doing it.
Council?
I like it that Wes brought the question up earlier, and you're right, it's better than nothing, right? It's additional money, but you know, you look at like tier 2, they're paying $1.75 and we're paying $3.50 as a resident or somewhere around there. And I'm wondering if
The tiers are included in that amount.
Right.
They're paying the same exact amount.
okay, I'm sorry, I thought we were paying more than those tiers
Nope.
as residents. I thought I saw that.
Those
down
are
lower in
those are the tiers that, so if you use.
Okay, so they're paying the same we are.
Mhm.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Council?
I make a motion, we adopt this resolution.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Motion by Brett and seconded by Blair. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none. Let's see. We'll go over here to.
Oh, yes.
Blair, yes.
Brett, yes.
Wes, yes.
Brandon, yes.
Thank you. All right, motion passes. We took item C off the agenda for tonight. Item D, discussion and consideration of adopting resolution number 25-50, authorizing the purchase of a Vector truck. So,
So the resolution describes all the reasons why we have a need for this vehicle. I explained how many miles of underground pipeline we have earlier. 218 miles of underground pipes within the city, and almost 50 miles of road. Having an additional Vector truck will tremendously help the city as we've grown a lot and as we continue to add infrastructure. You approved, I didn't approve anything, city council approved $705,000 in our budget this year for that. We did a lot of good homework. We researched the best trucks that we could find. We've had them come visit us. We've seen these trucks in action, and we've been able to come up with a pretty good comparison between three providers. Again, it's the same chassis. It's a Freightliner chassis, so that's the vehicle. Everything else is what makes it a Vector truck. And the one that I want your support in being able to purchase is the Super Products one. It's the one that, regardless of price, it's the design and has the features that we really want. It's a little bit different than some of the other ones. It's got really good water tank capacity and debris capacity. We can do a lot of good with that truck. I would, in fairness and in honesty, one of the main differences that I see comes under warranties. Every warranty is a little bit different. You can see what the differences are there, but the amount of cost is also significantly less, and so that's just a bonus. It potentially frees up, $135,000 that we can put to city needs elsewhere under Public Works Department, so.
good. All right, council?
I'll make a motion we pass resolution 25-50. After being down there and seeing how that old truck is about to fall apart, I'm glad we got it, and so I'll make the motion we approve a new one.
I'll second.
Motion by Wes and seconded by Bo. Let's see, we'll start with.
Blair, yes.
Brett, yes.
Wes, yes.
Brandon, yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're the owner of a new Vector truck. Just need to get it here, huh? Okay, discussion and consideration of approving ordinance number 25-17, granting an electrical utility franchise and general utility easement to Rocky Mountain Power. And again, we talked about this earlier, and I'm glad you're here with us. And let you go ahead and tell us about this.
Okay, yeah, so my name is Russ Fox. I'm a regional business manager for Rocky Mountain Power. I'm your representative, if you will, for Tremont City. I pretty much have all of Box Elder County for the communities and some of the businesses that are around here as well. So just trying to help with accounts and things like that. But my main focus is on communities. Just a lot of it's because I was talking with Lindsay. I was assistant city manager at Draper City, so I have a lot of city background and experience, and feel your guys' pain when I was down at Draper. So, but anyway, so yeah, this is just a standard franchise agreement that we have with a lot of the communities. The last one we had approved with Tremont City was back in 2021. So that's actually going to expire next year. So we're just trying to get ahead of these. So that'll start the clock on this one. State legislature, provides the opportunities for us to enter into franchise agreements or franchise ordinances with communities. Basically, it just allows us to put our utilities within the right of way, establishes the rules for us to apply for whatever city permits, things like that we need to get from the city when we're doing some of those things. So we're asking for another 5 years for this utility easement, and just can answer any questions that you have specific to this, but I just appreciate the support.
We appreciate our relationship, our working relationship with Rocky Mountain Power. You guys, we feel like we've got a long-standing relationship with you. Council, do you have any questions for?
I didn't see any material differences. It's very similar, right?
Very similar. There was some minor from the last one. There was just some address changes, and then we added some additional information on vegetation management. So basically, just some new websites, some more information on when we need to go out and do management within the trees, within the park strips.
Okay.
I make a motion, we approve resolution 25-17 for the electrical utility.
Ordinance number.
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
Resolution ordinance.
Okay, motion by Blair,
I'll second it.
seconded by Brett. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Let's see. Brett?
Yes.
Wes, yes.
Brandon, yes.
Oh, yes.
Blair, yes.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, item F, discussion and consideration of approving ordinance number 25-18, enacting a temporary land use regulation on the acceptance, processing, and approval of certain land use applications. We've heard a lot of discussion about this in our work session and also in comment period. Council, do you have, did you want to address any of this, Brett?
Well, as I've been thinking about it, more and more, general plan is a great name, I guess, but it's really a comprehensive plan. It's a plan that we need to have in our city to just bring all of our plans together under one umbrella, a guiding document that guides our policies, our investments, and decision-making. And to be doing that with a 2002 plan is just not, it's not going to work. And so this is not a moratorium, because all this is doing is making it so that, or asking that we don't do any additional zoning changes until we come up with a new comprehensive general plan. Now, with that said, because and Jeff, I think you'll have to concur or disagree with me on this, but any applications that have been applied for or set forth at this point wouldn't fall under this, because those things were done prior to us going through this discussion. And so for legal reasons, we couldn't touch that. So, and the other thing I want to say is we have a community that wants to get together. They want to come together and share their ideas and develop a vision for our whole city and define smart growth. And I think we can do that. And I think as a community, we can come together and do that. And so that's why I'm pushing this pause on zoning changes. Now, one thing you can add to it, and I think this is part of the discussion, is annexations. You know, we could pause annexations as well, but
So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and we can agree that, so how these plans all work together, right? The general plan is the umbrella vision. The land use map is the spatial guide. The annexation plan is the geographic growth limits. The housing plan is the social equity element that makes sure that we're balanced and also make sure that state regulations are being followed. The capital facilities plan is the infrastructure delivery. The economic plan is the market-driven implementation. The RDA plan is the financing tools. Zoning ordinances are the daily enforcement. And the transportation and parks plan are the quality of life and mobility support. So just making sure that we understand, you know, what those plans are and how they all play together so that we're not doing something that, you know, so if we say, till the general plan is updated, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're talking about the umbrella vision
And
that
could
is
we call it
guiding the land use map, annexation plan, et cetera, right?
I think what we're talking about is the Tree Mountain Master Plan, and not so much I think that's the proper verbiage on that, but irregardless. One thing, another item that I think we need to be just conscious of as, you know, we consider this, as you consider this, you know, there is a cost associated with going forward, and there would be a cost anywhere from $80,000 to $120,000 is what we've been told. And so just as you're going through this discussion, at least keep that in the back of your mind.
I had a question too, because there's.
Why don't you come up here so we can,
One question that this has brought up for me is I've been working on clarifying and updating regulations on both our industrial and commercial and residential zones, and to change either confusing nomenclature and stuff to, you know, we've shifted some terminology. So my question is, if this passes, you know, can I continue going forward with what I've already started? And where does or, you know, is it a full halt stop and I just kind of wait for these plans to be updated before going forward?
as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Brett, as I understand it, if we're not looking at zoning changes and, you know, if there's already plans that have been approved, or, you know, we're going to go ahead with all of that. If it involves, correct me if I'm wrong, if it involves a zoning change or some kind of a use change, then is that what you're saying? We're put a pause on a zoning change or a use change?
A zoning change. Yeah.
Okay, a zoning change. But my concern is, you know, we want to make sure, and I think we want to make sure that, you know, we are not stopping commercial growth in the sense that, you know, and that kind of thing, as you kind of
Well,
assured me that was really not the case there. We're not talking about.
It will not. It says that this temporary land use regulation shall not affect applications for subdivisions, conditional use permits, building permits, or other development approvals that are fully compliant with the city's zoning map and ordinances as they exist at the time of the ordinance's adoption. amendments to the general plan or zoning ordinance initiated by the Tremont Planning Commission or City Council for the express purpose of implementing an updated general plan.
So all of our subdivisions and building that's been approved, it doesn't touch those. If a commercial industry comes in or something and they're building in an area that is commercial, it's fine. You know, if someone buys some property and it's zoned R120 and they want to build R120, then they can. But this is just so that we can stop, we can focus, we can say, where do we want our city to grow? How do we want it to grow? And how do we want to do it together? You know, working with our developers and working with our citizens. This isn't an attack on one group versus another, not at all. It's let's come together and design a plan that we can all work together with.
What impacts does that have on planning?
Based on my understanding so far, the architectural and the form-based code I've been working on for Main Street would have to stop because it was gonna change. I was creating just a new zone to encompass those. And that's 100+ pages of zoning document that I've been working on with landmark design for, we're going on 7 months now.
That's in the RDA zone?
In the RDA zone. It also extends and covers Main Street from I-84 over to almost to the Bear River. So that would stop. It starts coming down a little bit too with the industrial code changes that we've been working on at Planning Commission because we've been changing permitted use. We've been updating the use table. We've been adding in provisions to, I feel, help the city have more educated decisions with the industrial growth that's starting to turn its head in Tremont.
Well, and the economic development impact that would have on our revenues, especially in already zoned industrial. Okay.
So after that, because with the mixed use zone changing the zoning regulations on Main Street, that was going to influence how the commercial zones, where they are and how they behave. So really the next steps for me that I was working on is getting the industrial ready because even as you heard from the Inland Port tonight, it looks like they're putting some serious focus on that. We've met with other developers that own industrially zoned land that are starting to become interested. So it's just not clear to me of what to really do continuing to go forward and what stops or what's put on pause until we update these plans. Also was really, changes some of the updates I was going to make to the residential code in terms of lot setbacks and some of the sizing requirements that I feel are a little out of date with the current economic markets in Utah.
I just got a couple of things too, and I know it's gonna be awful tough to get the community to all agree. I've seen that in the last few years, trying to get everybody to agree with even Midland Square took us a couple of years.
And we still
I don't think
agree.
we can do this in 3 months, and with Jeff's comments, I kind of think maybe we can relook at this at another time. I know that a lot of, we've been outnumbered like 10-1 on some of these annexations and things like that. Nobody wants them in their backyard, and I can go back 30 years when city limits was the railroad tracks. And if the city had not annexed the railroad tracks, we wouldn't have the old hospital, the new hospital, post, all them businesses, Lazy Boy, all them. And I still am a firm believer that every decision that we make as a council should be what's best for the city, and I don't think that's the right decision for the city right now. If we bring it back up again and say, we're gonna look at this in 90 days, or so that, it's not just gonna be as of today. It could be relooked at in my eyes. That's my thoughts on it tonight.
Thanks, Wes. Any other comments?
Is it, how difficult would it be to update this with carve-outs for the concerns that Jeff had with not limiting ourselves with form-based code carve-outs for the RDA zone that's really going to help with our economic development down Main Street? Those are really important changes, so I'd hate to see those be lumped into this. Especially the steering committee, Main Street Steering Committee's worked really hard to work progress toward a lot of those changes. And so I don't want to see their efforts be slowed down. And we're also going to probably start to see some of those RDA monies that could be spent on downtown. And so I don't want to slow that down. And then also the industrial code changes. I think there's a lot of validity to that. We have some businesses that are very interested in coming. We come here every week and we talk about budget and the limitations on budget. And, tomorrow a CEO is going to be coming to talk about bringing in a plant that could be, hundreds of thousands of revenue into our, so I'd also want to see some sort of a carve out for that to make sure that we're not slowing that down. If it's already, if we wrote it up so that if it's already industrial zoned, that it would be, that we could still adjust the code.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the rub is residential zoning.
Right. That's why
Okay.
I don't think there'd be a problem carving that out, would there?
Well, I'm wondering if we just don't define it as residential zoning.
Well,
Okay.
again, what we're kind of talking about is a master plan, and it'll involve all of this kind of thing, but what you're saying is we're just not going to put a pause on the RDA on, I think the gentleman who was concerned about the inland port being, the inland port is actually in an area where it is away from it's away from residential growth. It isn't going to impact, they're not going to have residential growth around for the most part.
I think we
around
have,
this is that. So I think the inland port is something that we don't want to put a pause on that. That's something that could be, we will want to be able to annex that into the city when the time comes. We don't want to put a pause on that.
what triggers that event? Because
Well,
the
I
current
think
land
when-
use
when-
plan actually conflicts with it. That's what I'm trying to understand. We've also got the opposite of that over the vision of the land use plan in Iowa string. We just put residential in where it says industrial on the third phase. And so I think that land use plan does need to be updated and addressed with the vision and changes that we're going toward. And I think we'd want public feedback on that, right?
I don't know that the inland port has,
I would say the caveat to that is, we really don't know what landowners, like even if we reach out and update these plans, landowners are what triggered the two changes you just mentioned, is that we had a landowner that came in and said, I'd like to build residential, and you go look at the plan, and, well, it's supposed to be industrial, and let's work around that, and now we have even before this conversation faced itself, you had a landowner that started working with the state saying, I want to see my acreage become an industrial park. And those kind of decisions you can never account for when you're updating plans. Because it's up to who owns the land to say what they want to do with it.
Yeah,
But we can decline a rezone, right?
Yeah.
If it doesn't fit that land use plan.
Yeah, but like, for example, the inland port's already adopted it, so do we go to the inland, this is hypothetical, do you go to the inland port now and say, great, we really appreciate your desire and to bring jobs and some economic diversity to Tremont, but we made a plan that says this has to be residential, and like, what do we end up passing off then in terms of revenue and jobs actually coming to Tremont?
I think we're addressing different issues here because this here doesn't even address that at all. That's an annexation. It has
Well, yeah,
nothing
but
to
you-
do with this ordinance.
Well, you mentioned though putting a pause on
Yeah,
annexation, so
if
that
that's,
would,
then it would, absolutely. Yeah.
so.
And then you had mentioned residential code impacts. So can we carve out the code changes as far as like the ones that you're looking at doing?
I think you're handcuffing your committees and everything. If they're coming back and saying, this is what we're after, and then we're coming back and say, but this is what we're gonna do, right? Then why even have the committee, I mean, at some point, we gotta say, all right, we're gonna step back, and we're gonna put together a plan, come back, and then we're gonna turn it over to Jeff and his crew and say, all right, now, make this come true. And
I just want to make it clear, I'm all for the public's feedback on this, and I'm not trying to limit that. I mean, I've spent how many nights here doing town halls that are voluntary to be able to hear the public's opinion. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we don't also put our staff in an awkward spot as they're meeting with developers in a way that we look bad as a city, for putting a moratorium on.
This is the first we've really had an opportunity to address this in any sort of real depth. And what I'm hearing are lots of questions and question marks, on the impact that this ordinance would have on things that are being addressed right now and that kind of thing. I don't know who mentioned that, let's put a little, maybe we need to take a little more time and think this through. I think that what Brett has done here is really important, and I really appreciate the comments and everything that have been addressed and the work that Christine, you have done and others in your neighborhood to address all of this. So I just wonder if maybe we ought to just there's enough question marks here that I'm hearing that I'm wondering if we need to fine tune this just a little bit more before we go forward with it. I don't know, Brett, I'm just talking here and just in listening to the comments that have been made so far, I'm just wondering if that's something we need to do, or I'd like to hear your thought on that.
so what changes would you like to see to this?
Well, I think Bo has addressed several that are concerns, annexations, the inland port, new businesses coming in. I recognize that a lot of those are already, they're not going to be really issues. But I also hear, both sides of the story on maybe what's going on up on Radio Hill and all of that kind of thing. I'm hearing both sides of the coin here, and
Okay, let me do this. In an effort to save this, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to.
destroy. I'm not
I know,
trying to.
I didn't mean to apply that. Okay,
Okay,
I did
all right.
not mean to apply that at all. But to continue this forward, I'll make a motion to table this, and we'll go back and readdress some of these issues and build that language into it, and then bring it back for
I think that'd
another
be really
discussion.
wise at this point. I think it's a great start. I just don't think we're quite there with the question marks that have been raised so far.
And this is how it works, okay? The public goes to the city council, talks to them. they put together these things, they start to bake them and work them out. We come back here and we debate them and we talk about them. And I don't know that we're ever going to see it go the first time every time anyway. But this is the process.
Yeah, this
And-
is the,
and it's
pro-
good.
I agree 100% with you
So
there.
It's okay, we'll get there.
I think this document is 4 steps in the right direction. And I mean, if it wasn't for just the magnitude of the decision we're making, I put a lot of time into studying it, preparing for it. And tonight, I've just got a couple questions that I'd really like to get clarity on. And I think within the next meeting, we could have this adjusted and back on the agenda and moving forward. I would really appreciate the motion to table it. And I would second that motion.
Is that your motion, Brett? Is that your second? Oh? Is that
Yeah.
your second?
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and any more comment from any of the council, Brett or Brandon and Wes? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote. Wes, we'll start with you.
Wes, yes to table it, right?
I mean, we got 9 minutes.
Okay, Wes is a yes. Brandon?
See your phone number?
That's a vote, yes.
Mo?
Oh, yes, to table.
Larry, yes.
Right, yes.
Okay, motion passes. And thank you, everybody, for the discussion. Thank you to all of you for your comments and concerns, and I think we're making good headway here. Made a big step forward for both, for all those that are interested in what we're doing here tonight. So, thank you. All right, we have one item on the consent agenda, appointing a Tremont Justice Court judge to bring people up to speed on this. We've been without a Justice Court judge for several months now, and we have a person who has, they have quite a process that they go through to appoint Justice Court judges. And these people are interviewed. We ended up with three finalists, and it falls on the mayor to sort of come up with a recommendation to the council for the Justice Court judge for Tremonton. And my recommendation is that we go with Dustin,
Erickson.
oh my word, I've known him since my mind just went, Dustin Erickson, to be our new Tremont Justice Court judge, and council, we just need to have a ratification from the council on this.
Yeah, I definitely make a motion to.
Okay, motion by
Yes.
Brett, seconded by Blair, and let's see, just all in favor?
Yes.
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 Any opposed?
Yes.
Hearing none, motion passes. Dustin Erickson will be our new Tremont Justice Court judge. That's great. Review of the calendar coming up. Let's see, do we go to the calendar for a minute? Thank you for, all right, Thursday, our city party, 5:30 PM at North Park. We'll make sure that we take a good hard look at that area that you're concerned about on that, and make sure we get that taken care of if we can. The 23rd is our town hall overlook development rezoned. Given everything that we talked about, is this something we want to continue with?
This was just our suggestion, is having the town hall that night, because planning commission will be canceled that night. So we wondered if that would be a good night.
Maybe a good night to have more discussion?
Members will be there, or can be there.
I thought we were going to do a workshop first and let them come and present the whole thing to everyone.
Oh,
Or were we
before the
going
town
to
hall, you?
before the town hall, or were we going to do those together?
Good, right, let's-
We really need them to present it, let everyone see the idea, maybe bake it a little bit and then come back and then discuss it.
I sure enjoy town halls because the format of you got 3 minutes and that's it, and I can't dialogue drives me crazy. So I'm excited to be able to dialogue through, some of the issues.
So
and
do we want to go ahead
collaborate?
with the town hall, or you want to have sort of a workshop before that, and then the town hall?
Let's do the workshop on the 23rd.
Okay. All right, can we make that change then?
So not town hall, workshop, like a city council meeting, or just gonna have the workshop.
Just a workshop on that.
Can we have a town hall right after, maybe?
Presentation's gotta be, what, like 20, 30 minutes? And then
Yeah, I'd love to just go from like
Either
a workshop into.
Just as long as the public knows that, right? That
Yeah.
we're going to present the idea first, and we'll open it up and answer questions.
Okay. All right, so workshop, what time do you want to start with the workshop? 6
Clear as
o'clock?
mud.
Sure.
6 o'clock for the workshop, and the town hall following? Nobody's listening.
I'm listening.
Okay.
6.
Workshop at 6 o'clock and town hall following, say at
6:30? 6:30?
1 hour to do the workshop? Okay,
Do we need a full hour for the workshop?
I don't know.
Do you think the developers will present a half hour? Then are you guys gonna have questions? And
Then you're gonna have
discussion
questions,
then,
and
or you're
then,
gonna save
even
that
if you
for
take a
town hall?
15-minute break between, yeah, so let's just start at 6 o'clock, and then we'll go with the council meeting the town hall at 7 o'clock. And Main Street Showcase, we're excited about this. Main Street Steering Committee has worked really, really hard on putting this thing together, and along with Jeff and all those who have been working hard with Jeff to get this ready to go. It's going to be great, and it'll be a great opportunity for people to see how they're actually going to have kind of a life-size mock-up of a section of Main Street, and there at the fairgrounds in the Home Arts Building. It's going to be really good, and be able to see kind of how this thing is going to really start coming together, and we're really excited about it. And I just want to a huge shout out to the steering committee for all of the work they've put into getting it to this point. That's on the 29th from 4:30 to 7:30. And then the League of Cities and Towns Fall Conference in Salt Lake, and I think all of us are going this time, so that's really exciting. Farmers Market coming up on the 4th. Let's see, the 4th Friday from 4 to 8 p.m. at Schumann Park. So that'll be the next farmers market, and get out on the second Saturday. So I think that's everything. I want to, let's see, let's move on here to any unfinished business. Lindsay, anything? Okay, we're just going to go on to council reports. Instead of having the directors give their update, we're just going to have that again be a monthly email that's going to go to the council members to help us move things along a little bit. Council reports, let's see, Brandon, let's start with you.
I believe he left.
Oh, did he leave? Okay, then Bo?
I don't think I have any additional comments, just other than I love this city and I love the people in it. As I stood there watching the procession go by and all the people that turned out, and as I've talked with citizens, and there's citizens that are engaged in healthy ways and providing solutions and feedback. And I hope they recognize the gratitude that we have for all the hours that they're putting in to help us as city council be informed. So it's seen and valued, and we appreciate it. And on the flip side of that, I think there's some citizens that are going about it in an unhealthy way. And to them, I would counsel to please come with solutions and be synergistic, and be careful with the way you frame information, because it can divide people quickly. And I'm just grateful for this place we call home.
Thank you. Great
I
comments.
care a lot, and I hope that you're okay with what I'm doing.
I echo what Bo said. I think we gotta be careful after what's happened the last couple of weeks of the rhetoric about how people get mad about something. Cause I'm sitting up here and all I think about when people bring up stuff, and I hate it, is I see dollar signs like, yeah, we need the sidewalk, but we don't have the money. And that's my program, because when I used to sit down there, it was easy. Yeah, we ought to do all that, but there's not enough for now. But we gotta be, we can't name calling and stuff, and you know, we see social media is terrible. I mean, it's just a cancer, because if you can say it without saying your name, there's no validity in it. It's just, it's bad. But for the most part, if somebody has a solution, I've said that when I was running. If you're just complaining the whole time, you're part of the problem. You gotta come up with some solutions, and so that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I agree. I think our citizens are doing a great job of helping us out. This last couple months has just been horrible. And it's heart-wrenching, but there's been some hope and joy in seeing our community come together, see our nation come together for the most part. And I'm optimistic that we'll see that in our community and continue to see that. So even if we're on opposite sides of the coin, we're going to come together. Thank you.
Wes?
Yeah, I think a lot of them same things. I don't like the way our country is, but I'm sure proud of our city and all the trauma that we've been through. Our police department, you can see our public works is starting to float up, and we have a lot to do and not a lot to do with it. I'm still one that says without growth, which we're managing, I thought, pretty good, that we'll be able to get what our citizens want. We're just like everybody else. Money's a little tight right now, but I know that we'll get some parks and trails and sidewalks and all that. It's just being a little patient with us. We're doing the best that we can. We do listen with open minds, but I still want to thank everybody for their commitment and involvement and all that. That's all I have.
Thanks, Wes. I just want to echo everything that's been said here tonight. I want to thank all of those who have commented for your input. I think that factors into the decisions that are being made. We have to, when you're on this side of the dais up here, you're having to, the way you're thinking is, at least the way I'm thinking is, okay, what's best for the whole community? And we have to balance that with interests, that we have from the public, from you, and as we're going through this, we need to be able to somehow factor a way that is going to work for, we're never going to have it work for everybody. You're never going to see that on this side we're never going to get that on this side. But as we work together, and maybe as we learn lessons from what has occurred over the last almost a month now, we've learned what we don't want to be as a community. We've had that drilled into us, at least I have had that drilled into me over and over and over again, what we don't want to be. What we do want to be is a community that is willing to talk and to be able to work out a fairly serious issue. We've got to work this, we got to work this through for all of us. And there might be some compromise on both sides that are going to have to be made, but somehow we're going to work this out. And I think that's the lesson that I've learned from everything that's gone on over the last little while, is that we can work it out. We're going to find a way to make this thing work. And so I just am thrilled with the interest and the comments and the concerns. And I'm grateful to Brett for all the work he went into getting this ordinance to this point. And I think he's done a really, really good job, and I think that there's still a little work we need to do, and we're gonna make it right, and we're gonna make things work. We'll find a way to do it. And that's just the way it is. So my heartfelt thank you, to all of you for what your comments and everything, and we'll work this through. I don't think I have anything else. I just wanted to also recognize, we did the proclamation earlier. I just want to recognize those who are involved in public safety, whether they are part of our police department, the sheriff's department, or EMS, firefighters, all of those who watch after us. I just want to publicly thank them for what they do for us on a day-to-day basis. And it's just like our water and everything else, we just take advantage of it. We just expect it. And it's going to be there for us. And these people make sure it is. And so we're just very grateful for that. And that's all I've got. With that, we have one more motion.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Is there anybody say no? Okay.
Thanks,
we're good.
Cynthia.
All right. Thanks, everybody.